our guest of honor, our friend, Dr. Materu. Welcome home. We have been missing you for quite a long time, and we know your contribution to occupational health and safety from Chief Moen, my mentor and supervisor, and from University of Bergen, Wagari Delesa from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. My colleague, who we have been working together, the head of department from Addis University, I would like you to recognize your presence here, Samson, both from OSHA and WCF who are represented here. Can you just wave your hands? I recognize your presence. Pray. If you can wave your hands where you are seated. Colleagues from Ethiopia who have traveled all along from Ethiopia, the United States of America, and representative from various institutions. I can't afford to mention anyone, but we have close to 500 people who have registered to attend this meeting. Say, you are warmly welcome. The rest of the protocol I will hand over to my senior, the Dean of School of Public.
And occupational health. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure seeing everyone here. It's a special event that unites us all, and the aspects university, we have the university management with us, so it's an activity that has been blessed by the university management. So we are happy that the university management accepted that we participate in this important activity. But we also have students with us who are also learning. So we are the management, which means the top people are also participating in this, comfortable to interact with, to hear from each other, recognize her presence, and she may say just one director of research.
Occupational health, which also relates to most of us, and we truly sometimes forget about this, which are important thing we work with, we live with, everywhere we stand or we walk or we do our activities, anywhere, on the road, everywhere. So we are truly experts, but we are not experts to this with Ethiopia, and we just realized that we have colleagues who knows each other from Ethiopia and Addis Ababa University to Dar es Salaam Muha. So this is a good interactive platform. So besides learning and taking research perspective and science behind it, which is why we are here, please interact and make friends, exchange numbers, and try to make other partnership from this forum. Just to say thank you and welcome, guest of honor, and our guests from Norway and Ethiopia and other countries, our students, our faculties, and all other staff participating into this. Karibuni sana and have a lovely morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the Dean of School of Public Health and Social Science and the Director of Research and Publication here at MOAS for those special remarks and greeting to all. Now I would like to welcome the Acting Vice Chancellor, representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Enika Richard, who also is the Principal of College of Medicine, who is going to give formally a welcoming remarks. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Helen. The guest of honor, Dr. Jerome Materu, Director of Health and Safety from OSHA. representatives from the government and the various institutions, guests from within and outside the country, stakeholders in occupation health and safety, faculty, researchers, and students, members of press, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all in the name of United Republic of Tanzania. On behalf of Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences, it is my great honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to our guests of honor and to all our esteemed guests at this important international conference. I would like to offer a special welcome to our guests from Norway, Ethiopia, and the other regions. Welcome to Tanzania, welcome to Muhas, and please feel at home. First and foremost, I wish to begin by expressing our gratitude to the Almighty God, most gracious and most merciful, First and foremost, I wish to begin with by expressing our gratitude to Almighty God, most gracious and most merciful, for granting us the mental, physical, and spiritual health to gather here today and participate in this platform of academic exchange and research presentations addressing critical issues in occupational health and safety. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, for nearly a decade now, Muhas has significantly benefited from its collaboration with the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD, through the NORAD program, which is Norwegian program for capacity development in higher education and research for development. And this collaboration involving Muhas, Belgium, and the Addis Ababa University from Ethiopia has brought about remarkable advancement in research, academic training, and institutional capacity building. At Muhas, this partnership has positively impacted various schools and departments, including the School of Clinical Medicine, School of Pharmacy, and the School of Public Health and Social Sciences. One of the major beneficiaries of this collaboration is the Department of Environmental and Occupational Health. Through this project, we have trained 10 faculty members from Muhas who received a scholarship for master's degree program. We had also opportunity to train 6 PhD studies, to enroll 6 PhD students, and 5 are currently benefiting from postdoctoral research support. Furthermore, the project has enabled the university to acquire a state-of-art mobile booth for occupational hearing assessment, I'm also one among the beneficiaries for this booth where we screened a lot of population in Tanzania. Thank you so much. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, this initiative has also created broader opportunity for Tanzanians through scholarship in occupational health and safety at the master's level, with a strong emphasis on supporting female students. To date, more than 36 beneficiaries have received direct support, many of whom are employees of Workers' Compensation Fund, WCF, the Occupational Safety and Health Authority, OSHA, the Ministry of Health, and the various mining companies. Additionally, we have also students who are now employed who graduated and now are employed at our tertiary hospital, Muhimbili National Hospital, and the local government authorities, to mention few. Together with our partners from Norway and Ethiopia, we have also successfully supervised PhD students, designed and implemented research in a real-world work settings, and produced scientific publications based on the findings of these studies. Additionally, through the collaboration, we have deployed and delivered several professional short courses that are visually in strengthening knowledge and awareness in the field of occupational health and safety. Notably, among these, they are occupational health in developing country, which is available online via the MOOC platform, and the chemical hazards in workplace environment, which is offered online annually. These courses have proven to be valuable resources for professionals and students, both locally and internationally. And they stand as a testament to the sincere commitment of this partnership in advancing education and impactful research. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is being held under the theme Occupational Health and Safety and Global Health Challenges, Strengthening International Collaboration for Safer Work Environments. The theme emphasizes the vital role of international cooperation in building safe and sustainable work. I commend everyone who has contributed to the planning and organization of this important conference. Together, we have the potential to bring about significant and lasting improvement in occupational health and safety. It is now my pleasure to invite the guest of honor to officially open this international conference. Thank you so much for listening, and welcome, guest of honor.
Good morning to everybody. Habarini za asubuhi. Representative from the government and various institutions, guests from within and outside the country, stakeholders of occupational health and safety, faculties, researchers, and students, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank God for granting us a good health and enabling us to be here today for this important international symposium on occupational health and safety. This symposium is being held under the title of Occupational Safety and Health and Global Health Challenge, Strengthening International Collaboration for Safer Working Environment. This is a very important platform for sharing experience, knowledge, scientific research on matters related to occupational health and safety. And I would like also to sincerely thank the Vice Chancellor of the University of Muhimbili for inviting me to join you as a guest of honor for this important symposium. I especially extend my warm welcome to all participants who have traveling from various places, specifically Norway, Ethiopia, United States, and elsewhere to be with you today. Welcome Tanzania and feel at home. Before I proceed further, allow me to express my appreciation to Norwegian Agents for Development Cooperation for its long-standing support in strengthening higher education and research capacity in Tanzania through Norwegian Program for Capacity Development in Higher Education and Research Development. I also wish to thank NORAD, key partners, particularly the University of Bergen in Norway and Addis in Ethiopia, for their commitment to collaborate with us in addressing the challenge of occupational health and safety. My gratitude also goes to the various stakeholders, including government ministries, department, non-government organizations, international agents, United Nations bodies such as ILO, WHO, for inviting and attending this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the working environment plays a major role in the life of workers. Most people spend at least more than 80 hours a day at the workplace, whether formally employed in the public or private sector or self-employed in agriculture, industries, or informally setting. Therefore, workplace must be safe and conducive for health. However, a current condition reveals that many people work in the hazard environment across the country. Workers are exposed to numerous risks, including biological hazard, chemical hazard, physical hazard, and psychosocial hazard, and many of others may lead to illness, injuries, or death. Many workers lack sufficient knowledge of hazard present in their work environment and potential impact on them. Those who are aware of those hazards often do not know how to avoid them or to prevent such effects. In light of that, occupational health and safety challenge faced by workers, it is clear that there is a much work to be done to protect the life of those individuals and enable them to live and work in conditions which is contributing to impact on their health and also contribute to the economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed that one-day symposium is aiming to celebrate the academic partnership between Norway, Ethiopia, and Tanzania through training and research. And the discussion they will discuss how research finding can be used to improve the occupational health and safety in the country. As such, a symposium is the opportunity to reflect the health in the country. The collective, as such, in this symposium is the opportunity to reflect collectively on Tanzanian position in reducing work-related injuries and illness and reinforce sustainable commitment to educating stakeholders to improve their health. I believe that this symposium will fulfill the intended objective and pave the way for sustainable strengthening strategy that ensure better health outcome for all workers, thus advancing our national development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the challenge mentioned, the government has put in place various policies, laws, strategy, and programs aimed at improving the livelihood of the citizen, including the workers. Those include the National Development Division, the National Health Policy, and the other sector policy, the Public Health Act, and the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Those instruments aim to reduce poverty, minimize HIV infection in workplaces, and prevent violence and abuse, and ensure safety and health for all workers. Collectively, those initiatives aim to improve the quality of life of Tanzanian special workers. Tanzania is also among the countries that have ratified several international conventions on occupational safety and health, particularly those related to hazardous working environment and chemicals, such as pesticide and mercury. Those include ILO Convention of Chemicals of number 170, Basel and Stockholm Convention, and Bamako Convention, and the Minamata Convention, among others. As a member of the United Nations and the African Union, Tanzania is entitled to ensure that all workers enjoy the fundamental right in the workplace and their well-being are safeguarded. Ladies and gentlemen, workers are a vital part of society and they are key to the sustainability of a nation. The root cause of workplace accident and occupational injuries, occupational illness, as identified by researchers, must be addressed effectively if we are to improve the quality of life for our people. The challenge before us lay on how best use research publication, research finding, and data generated from various studies to address occupational safety and health and problem holistically. I urge each of you to act and engage in the symposium and discuss so that together we can generate actionable strategy to improve the health and safety of workers across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to thank you once again for inviting me to join you today. I express my sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to various ways to planning and successful organization of this symposium. Finally, I thank all participants for responding positively to the invitation and being present here today. It is now my pleasure to officially declare this symposium held under the theme Occupational Safety and Health and Global Health Challenge, Strengthening International Collaboration for Safe Working Environment is officially open. Thanks so much for listening. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. I think we can do much better than that. We can put our hands together for the guest honor for officially opening our symposium. Now, before we continue to other things, we want to honor lifetime achievement, some of the member here. And before we do that, I would like to request the guest of honor to come and sit here. We have a presentation, a small video that we will show, and then we will ask the guest of honor together with acting VC and the representative from the Ministry of Health to come here. They will represent us as giving their life honor achievement to the people that we want to give. So before we do that, can I ask you to come back here so you'll be able to see that video. Karibuni sana. Let's work on the voice for just a few seconds and then we continue. Thank you, and I would like to now to welcome the guest of honor, the representative from the Ministry of Health, together with the Vice Chancellor to come here. And then I will ask the Head of Department of Occupational Health to come and present those awards. Can you, the guest of honor, together with those three people, you can just stand, nod, and you were representing us. I think from the video you can see who are the people that we want to honor, and the head of department will tell more about it.
Thank you, Helen. Yes. Yeah, telling a story about someone is challenging, but I will try my best. We have survived for years and built this capacity that we see in this country through collaboration from different countries across the globe. And today we're here to kind of recognize some important mileage that has contributed to what makes us here. And this comes in one of the key important collaboration that has been existing for almost 30 years between Tanzania, representing the South, and the North. And here we are speaking Norway in particular. There are a lot of universities that has contributed to occupational health and safety, but in terms of academia, we recognize very much the breadth and the significant contribution of the University of Bergen towards capacity building in this country. As you have seen in the previous video, this journey started in early 1990s, and today is 2025. The people I'm going to talk about today, they are on retirement. One of them has retired already. The two are still on 1 or 2 years to retire. And they have worked a lot in terms of training, research, and policy advocacy. I remember some 5 years ago, we had a large meeting in Morogoro on dissemination of policy briefs in all the researches that were conducted in this country. And these were led by Professor Mamuya. Specifically, I would like to speak on the Department of Occupational Health here at the University of Bergen. This department was part of the community medicine department. And then there was a man who, the late Dr. Rongo and Professor Mamuya, who decided to kind of take a trajectory to build the strength of environmental and occupational health in this country. They started as two, and today we have Mamuya, who particularly decided that I will work on specifically on occupational health in this country. So he has trained a lot of masters, bachelor students, PhD, including myself, and many, many others who are working in different organizations across the national and international organizations. This man has retired officially in March this year. Has a lot of things that we can't finish talking about it. You have heard some of the things that he has been speaking. And we would like to recognize that this is something that we are born to make when we are alive. Make changes, make a contribution, make the nation grow, and then after that, you are good to go. But we are still retaining this man for some years, although he is retired. And we are here today now to recognize and give a lifetime award to Professor Simon Henry Mamuya, who has been a champion for occupational health and safety in Tanzania.
This is a lifetime achievement. We can all stand and appreciate him for that.
Please. Peter. Thank you very much. Together with this man, there was a counterpart who joined the team. We can have a seat. Who joined the team in 2013. And here I would like to welcome my colleague, Samson, please. Can you come here and talk a little bit about Wagari? Because this is the man that has joined the rest of building together with Tanzania and Ethiopia. These people worked together as a team. And they have been working like they're working in the same country across borders, because they have been supervising, they have been teaching and collaborating in both countries and other countries. And I would like to welcome Professor Wagari Deresa from Ethiopia to please welcome and receive on behalf of Ethiopian the Lifetime Award and a recognition for the significant change that you have made in Ethiopia in particular on occupational health and safety. We are proud of Ethiopia because now we have a lot of women that are joining the team, and we are proud of that you are balancing the gender very effectively. Thank you very much, and please welcome. Let's clap hands for him. Yes.
Once again, we can all stand up and give up you can honor him for that.
Okay. Thank you. My voice is not that good. I would like just to say something, a small thing about Professor Wagari. Professor Wagari, he's our mentor and supervisor. When they started this occupational health program, there was nothing. They started from the scratch. There is called Environmental and Occupational Health Department, but with 1 or 2 personnel. But because of him, now we are more than 7 actually. And the program we have 5 PhD and more masters are coming. So because of him, there are a lot of things have happened in the university. So I would say occupational health, his contribution for the country is huge. So I would like to say thank you for your service. And he is still working, so I hope he will continue working. And thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah, the last person talking about her is the one who has started this collaboration. I don't know what was the mission of visiting Tanzania by that time. But what I know is the result of her visit in this country. It's why we are here. From a simple visit to a discipline that is well developed in the country. And we are proud that this country and the Guest of Honor, the organization you are working, is the one that actually takes care of the profession that we are working with in our nation. And our neighbors have been coming and learning from this country, and we are proud of that. So, being trained as a medical doctor and researcher afterwards, she decided to take a journey to become a professor at the University of Bergen, and where, with colleague who is not here today with us because of some health issues, they decided to start a journey to build the capacity across the globe. Me, as one of the young, I think the 5th generation, I would say, I can witness that we have trained across the globe. I don't remember how many were there in occupational health across low and middle income, the course that we have been running for almost 8 years now. It's a lot of people, and we have received the award for that. So I would say they decided to take a challenge of educating the globe about occupational health and safety. She's recognized as a leader at the Center for International Health in Bergen and different organization and committee in Norway, and a physician, not to forget. She's a mother and a wife. But I'm mentioning this as a challenge that we have no excuse. But she is very successful to mentor these old colleagues and more others that we haven't been able to mention them. Today, as you are heading towards the end of your formal career, Bente Moen, we are happy that you are visiting Tanzania in 1997, and now 2025, we are happy to award you the Lifetime Award for recognizing your wonderful contribution towards building the professions. And I would say one thing. The guest of honor today was also one of her students. It's wonderful. And my dean also has been educated in the same. I won't mention you, Dr. Adija, because I know you will say something later. And Alex and others. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you now to put up hands and congratulate Bente Elizabeth Moen for Lifetime Award, recognizing your contribution towards capacity building of occupational health and safety in Tanzania.
We can take our seat while they are taking photos up here. The head of department, the dean, and the directors of research and publication, you can join them. I know we'll have another pictures outside, but you can join this one as well. The head of department, the dean, and Director of Research and Publication. Just stand. Thank you very much. We can put our hands together for these lifetime achievers. Thank you for what you have done to this country and to the nation. We really appreciate that, and we are honored to be able to give you that. Thank you very much. Now we can take our seat. We can just sit down there. And then we have come almost to the end of the opening. What is remaining now, we will go outside and take some pictures, and we'll ask the guest of honor and the VC and the head of department to talk to the member of the media. And while they are talking to the member of the media, we will have breakfast. We will second the representative from that together with the Dean School of Public Health. And the first picture is going to be the people that are sitting on the chairs together with the awardees. The awardees, the three awardees will stay behind them. The second one is going to be with a Norhead Safe Walker team. After that, after the awardees, the Norhead Safe Walker team will take a picture. And the third one is going to be all the presenters, poster and the presenter together with their chairs. That's the third picture. All the presenters with their chairs. And we'll have a picture with ushers who are students. That is going to be the fourth picture, and the last one is going to be the organizing committee. Let me repeat that so that we will know. The first one is going to be the people that I said will be sitting in front. That is the guest of honor, the representative from the Ministry of Health, the acting vice chancellor, the director of research, publication and innovation, the Dean School of Public Health and Social Science. And then we will have together with awardees, the three awardees will sit. And then the second one is going to be with the Norhead Safe Walker team, all the Norhead Safe Walker team. And the third one is going to be all the presenters with the chairs, the two presenters of today with the chairs. The third one is going to be the ushers who are our students. And the last one is going to be the organizing committee. And after we have taken the picture, we'll go direct to the tea. The tea is going to be outside. It's a cocktail kind of a thing. And when you take your tea, you can also go and watch. There are some people who are exhibiting outside. I know we have some people from OSHA that are exhibiting, and we have WCF, Worker Compensation Fund, and then we have Tanzania Occupational Health and Safety Association. They have exhibition, so you can take your tea and see what they have. Also, we have the poster presentation. You can also see the poster presentation while they continue with drinking your tea. And then at the same time, before the guest of honor has taken his tea, we will ask him to have a brief session with a member of the media. Thank you very much, and we can go now outside for pictures. Karibuni sana. After pictures, we go straight for the tea.
was waiting for so long for a miracle to come. Everyone told me to be strong, and don't shed a tear. Through the good times, I knew I'd make it through. It all, but I was waiting for you. Oh, it's so blinding. I can't believe I've been touched by
That client review was brutal.
From the day that I met you, girl, I knew that your love would be everything that I ever wanted in my life. From the moment you spoke my name, I knew everything had changed. Because of you, I felt my life would be complete. Oh, baby, I need you for the rest of my life, girl. I need you to make everything right, girl. I love you, and I'll never deny that I need you. Nothing matters but you, my love, and only God above could be the one to know exactly how I feel. I could die in your arms right now, knowing that you somehow would take my soul and keep it deep inside your heart. Oh, baby, I need you for the rest of my life, girl. I need you to make everything right, girl. I love you, and I'll never deny that I need you. Girl, your love to me feels just like magic. When you smile, you have total control. You have power like nothing I've felt before. I've let all of my feelings show, 'cause I want you to know that I need you. Need you for the rest of my life, girl. I need you. Say that you'll be my wife, oh, I love you.
Sasa tunataka kwenda hewani.
Hello.
Hello?
Do you hear me?
Am I clear to you? Am I clear to you? Are we clear? Am I clear to you? 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 Am I clear to you?
Zote mbili zinasikika.
Hii hapa inasikika pia? Inasikika pia. Mwangalia, inasikika pia. Hii hapa inasikika pia.
Won't you marry me? Won't you marry me, marry me? I love you. Oh, I need you.
nasikika vijana. Hapo. Hapo vipi? Naongea tena naongea hapa vijana, mnanisikia? Hapo WhatsApp mnanisikiliza? Nanisikia? WhatsApp nasikika vijana? Ambao ipiki.
Muda mdogo, mokoto mengi. Halo.
Naongea hii hapo. Naongea. Mic test.
Mic test. 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Hello. Mic test 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Mic test 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Two 1 2 mic test 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic test 1 2 mic test 1 2 mic test 1 2 mic test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mda wa msosi.
My name is Professor Simon Henry Mamuya. I'm here because of the collaboration we have with University of Bergen. Tanzania is a very big country, and occupational health is a paramount subject which caters for everybody who is involved in the work. And in fact, we needed trained personnel in each district. This program was run from 2014 to 2020, and the program managed to educate about 36 masters, and there are also some publications, and also the students get exposure to the international conferences, international workshops, to get awareness of what is happening.
This project actually started in 1997 when I was the first time in Tanzania, and I got acquainted with Professor Joanna Marshala, and we decided to work on applications to get fundings for occupational health capacity building in Tanzania. And we worked on that for several years before we succeeded. In 2003, we were able to start a project in a program called NUFU, which the authorities, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway, had at the time. We continued working, and we made new applications, and in 2013 we got a Norhead 1 project which included 3 countries. This time it was Norway, Tanzania and Ethiopia this time. So in addition to a PI from Tanzania, we had a PI from Ethiopia, which was Mr. Professor Wagari, and this was a very great step forward that we worked together with 3 countries.
By working with Ethiopia, we empowering the 2 universities. I acknowledge the support we are receiving from North and the support we are receiving from our colleagues from South. My colleague Bente Moen is my mentor because she trained me together with Magna and the others at the University of Bergen, and we are now training others together.
Project which we are very proud. It's a great achievement in all 3 countries.
My name is Professor Simon Henry Mamuya. I'm here because of the collaboration we have with University of Bergen. Tanzania is a very big country, and occupational health is a paramount subject which caters for everybody who is involved in the work. And in fact, we needed trained personnel in each district. This program was run from 2014 to 2020, and the program managed to educate about 36 masters, and there are also some publications, and also the students get exposure to the international conferences, international workshops, to get awareness of what is happening.
This project actually started in 1997 when I was the first time in Tanzania, and I got acquainted with Professor Joanna Mashallah, and we decided to work on applications to get fundings for occupational health capacity building in Tanzania. And we worked on that for several years before we succeeded. In 2003, we were able to start a project in a program called NUFU, which the authorities, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway, had at the time. We continued working, and we made new applications, and in 2013 we got a Norhead 1 project which included 3 countries. This time it was Norway, Tanzania and Ethiopia this time. So in addition to a PI from Tanzania, we had a PI from Ethiopia, which was Mr. Professor Wagari, and this was a very great step forward that we worked together with 3 countries.
By working and support we are receiving from our colleagues from South, my colleague Bente Moen is my mentor because she trained me together with Magna and the others at the University of Bergen, and we are now training others together.
And we have altogether 7 PhDs working in this project, which we are very proud of, in addition to all the other researchers and all the masters and students who are working. It's a great achievement in all 3 countries.
My name is Professor Simon Henry Mamuya. I'm here because of the collaboration we have with University of Bergen. Tanzania is a very big country, and occupational health is a paramount subject which caters for everybody who is involved in the work. And in fact, we needed trained personnel in each district. This program was run from 2014 to 2020, and the program managed to educate about 36 masters, and there are also some publications, and also the students get exposure to the international conferences, international workshops, to get awareness of what is happening.
This project actually started in 1997 when I was the first time in Tanzania, occupational health capacity building in Tanzania. And we worked on that for several years before we succeeded in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway had at the time. We continued working, and we made new applications, and in 2013 we got a Norhead 1 project which included 3 countries. This time it was Norway, Tanzania and Ethiopia this time. So in addition to a PI from Tanzania, we had a PI from Ethiopia, which was Mr. Professor Wagari, and this was a very great step forward that we worked together with 3 countries.
By working with Ethiopia, we empowering the 2 universities. I acknowledge the support we are receiving from North and the support we are receiving from our colleagues from South. My colleague Bente Moen is my mentor because she trained me together with Magna and the others at the University of Bergen, and we are now training others together.
And we have altogether 7 PhDs working in this project, which we are very proud of, in addition to all the other researchers and all the masters and students who are working. It's a great achievement in all 3 countries.
My name is Professor Simon Henry Mamuya. I'm here because of the collaboration we have with the University of Bergen. Tanzania is a very big country, and occupational health is a paramount subject which caters for everybody who is involved in the work. And in fact, we needed trained personnel in each district. This program was run from 2014 to 2020, and the program managed to educate about 36 masters, and there are also some publications, and also the students get exposure to the international conferences, international workshops, to get awareness of what is happening.
This project actually started in 1997 when I was the first time in Tanzania, and I got acquainted with Professor Mashallah, and we decided to work on applications to get fundings for occupational health capacity building in Tanzania. And we worked on that for several years before we succeeded. In 2003, we were able to start a project in a program called NUFU, which the authorities, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway, had at the time. We continued working, and we made new applications, and in 2013 we got a Norhead 1 project, which included 3 countries. This time it was Norway, Tanzania and Ethiopia this time. So in addition to PI from Tanzania, we had a PI from Ethiopia, which was Mr. Professor Wagari, and this was a very great step forward that we worked together with 3 countries.
By working with Ethiopia, we empowering the 2 universities. I acknowledge the support we are receiving from North and the support we are receiving from our colleagues from South. My colleague Bente Moen is my mentor because she trained me together with Magna and the others at the University of Bergen, and we are now training others together.
And we have altogether 7 PhDs working in this project, which we are very proud of, in addition to all the other researchers and all the masters and students who are working. It's a great achievement in all 3 countries.
My name is Professor Simon Henry Mamuya. I'm here because of the collaboration we have with the University of Bergen. Tanzania is a very big country, and occupational health is a paramount subject which caters for everybody who is involved in the work. And in fact, we needed trained personnel in each district. This program was run from 2014 to 2020, and the program managed to educate about 36 masters, and there are also some publications, and also the students get exposure to the international conferences, international workshops, to get awareness of what is happening.
This project actually started in 1997 when I was the first time in Tanzania, and I got acquainted with Professor Mashallah, and we decided to work on applications to get fundings for occupational health capacity building in Tanzania. And we worked on that for several years before we succeeded. In 2003, we were able to start a project in a program called NUFU, which the authorities, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway, had at the time. We continued working, and we made new applications, and in 2013 we got a Norhead 1 project, which included 3 countries. This time it was Norway, Tanzania and Ethiopia this time. So in addition to PI from Tanzania, we had a PI from Ethiopia, which was Mr. Professor Wagari. And this was a very great step forward that we worked together with 3 countries.
By working with Ethiopia, we empowering the 2 universities. I acknowledge the support we are receiving from North and the support we are receiving from our colleagues from South. My colleague Bente Moen is my mentor because she trained me together with Magna and the others at the University of Bergen, and we are now training others together.
And we have altogether 7 PhDs working in this project, which we are very proud of, in addition to all the other researchers and all the masters and students who are working. It's a great achievement in all 3 countries.
My name is Professor Simon Henry Mamuya. I'm here because of the collaboration we have with the University of Bergen. Tanzania is a very big country, and occupational health is a paramount subject which caters for everybody who is involved in the work. And in fact, we needed trained personnel in each district. This program was run from 2014 to 2020, and the program managed to educate about 36 masters, and there are also some publications, and also the students get exposure to the international conferences, international workshops, to get awareness of what is happening.
This project actually started in 1997 when I was the first time in Tanzania, and I got acquainted with Professor Mashallah, and we decided to work on applications to get fundings for occupational health capacity building in Tanzania. And we worked on that for several years before we succeeded. In 2003, we were able to start a project in a program called NUFU, which the authorities, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway, had at the time. We continued working, and we made new applications, and in 2013 we got a Norhead 1 project, which included 3 countries. This time it was Norway, Tanzania and Ethiopia this time. So in addition to PI from Tanzania, we had a PI from Ethiopia, which was Mr. Professor Wagari. And this was a very great step forward that we worked together with 3 countries.
By working with Ethiopia, we empowering the 2 universities. I acknowledge the support we are receiving from North and the support we are receiving from our colleagues from South. My colleague Bente Moen is my mentor because she trained me together with Magna and the others at the University of Bergen, and we are now training others together.
And we have altogether 7 PhDs working in this project, which we are very proud of, in addition to all the other researchers and all the masters and students who are working. It's a great achievement in all 3 countries.
My name is Professor Simon Henry Mamuya. I'm here because of the collaboration we have with the University of Bergen. Tanzania is a very big country, and occupational health is a paramount subject which caters for everybody who is involved in the work. And in fact, we needed trained personnel in each district. This program was run from 2014 to 2020, and the program managed to educate about 36 masters, and there are also some publications, and also the students get exposure to the international conferences, international workshops, to get awareness of what is happening.
This project actually started in 1997 when I was the first time in Tanzania, and I got acquainted with Professor Mashallah, and we decided to work on applications to get fundings for occupational health capacity building in Tanzania. And we worked on that for several years before we succeeded in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway had at the time. We continued working, and we made new applications, and in 2013 we got a Norhead 1 project, which included 3 countries. This time it was Norway, Tanzania, and Ethiopia this time. So in addition to PI from Tanzania, we had a PI from Ethiopia, which was Mr. Professor Wagari. And this was a very great step forward that we worked together with 3 countries.
By working with Ethiopia and support we are receiving from our colleagues from South, my colleague Moen is my mentor because she trained me together with Magna and the others at the University of Bergen, and we are now training others together.
And we have altogether 7 PhDs working in this project, which we are very proud of, in addition to all the other researchers and all the masters and students who are working. It's a great achievement in all 3 countries.
My name is Professor Simon Henry Mamuya. I'm here because of the collaboration we have with the University of Bergen. Tanzania is a very big country, and occupational health is a paramount subject which caters for everybody who is involved in the work. And in fact, we needed trained personnel in each district. This program was run from 2014 to 2020, and the program managed to educate about 36 masters, and there are also some publications, and also the students get exposure to the international conferences, international workshops, to get awareness of what is happening.
This project actually started in 1997 when I was the first time in Tanzania, and I got acquainted with Professor Mashallah, and we decided to work on applications to get fundings for occupational health capacity building in Tanzania. And we worked on that for several years before we succeeded. In 2003, we were able to start a project in a program called NUFU, which the authorities, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway, had at the time. We continued working, and we made new applications, and in 2013 we got a Nordhead 1 project, which included 3 countries. This time it was Norway, Tanzania, and Ethiopia this time. So in addition to PI from Tanzania, we had a PI from Ethiopia, which was Mr. Professor Wagari. And this was a very great step forward that we worked together with 3 countries.
By working with Ethiopia, we empowering the 2 universities. I acknowledge the support we are receiving from North and the support we are receiving from our colleagues from South. My colleague Moen is my mentor because she trained me together with Magna and the others at the University of Bergen, and we are now training others together.
And we have altogether 7 PhDs working in this project, which we are very proud of, in addition to all the other researchers and all the masters and students who are working. It's a great achievement in all 3 countries.
My name is Professor Simon Henry Mamuya. I'm here because of the collaboration we have with the University of Bergen. Tanzania is a very big country, and occupational health is a paramount subject which caters for everybody who is involved in the work. And in fact, we needed trained personnel in each district. This program was run from 2014 to 2020, and the program managed to educate about 36 masters, and there are also some publications, and also the students get exposure to the international conferences, international workshops, to get awareness of what is happening.
This project actually started in 1997 when I was the first time in Tanzania, and I got acquainted with Professor Mashallah, and we decided to work on applications to get fundings for occupational health capacity building in Tanzania. And we worked on that for several years.
Of Bergen, she's been the director at the Center for International Health. She's been the head of the Board of X-Lab, which is focused on occupational hygiene. She has a very wide global research contribution in occupational epidemiology, work schedule and effects, environmental health risk, and she's also looked specifically on work schedule and sleep medication use. She's worked on shift work and health, and so many others. She's been instrumental in helping several countries in the global south to build their occupational health departments. And I'm going to welcome her. We give her a clap. Karibu sana. A big clap. I understand we have students here, right? Students, raise your hands. Listen carefully to the experts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining this symposium. It means a lot that so many people pay interest to our work in occupational health. We really want you to join into this scientific area. And we who run this symposium, as you've heard, are mostly people from MUHAS, and a little bit participation from University of Bergen and Addis Ababa University in the background. We three partners work together and have done so for many years. And I'm very glad that we can share our knowledge later today in the scientific discussions. And here we can hear and discuss your opinions as well. I hope it will be a great day for you. And karibu sana. Yeah. Mimi ninatoka Norway. Kiswahili poko. So I'll continue in English. This lecture is titled The Key to Decent Work. The title is chosen as it contains and concerns the Sustainable Development Goal number 8 from the United Nations. Like it says here, the goal is to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent. Is that? It's very important to reflect on what this means. There are many people who analyze this expression, reflect on it, and try to explain. And the first time this was mentioned, I think it was in 1948 in the United Nations, when the human rights were formulated. It was then said that we should all work for the right to just and favorable conditions at work. For me, these expressions are put into action in occupational health, and for myself, like a simple understanding. I mean, we can't make it too complicated. For us who work in occupational health, this means that to work for decent work means to strive for no more injuries, no more diseases at the workplaces. Because the fantastic thing in occupational health is that occupational injuries and diseases, they can be prevented. That's a very promising part of our scientific area. So, why are we doing this? Why are we working on occupational health? And why is it necessary to ask for decent work? These are some figures from the International Labour Organization, who reports and receives reports from all over the world about occupational diseases and injuries. And as you see here on the left side of the slide, large numbers of work-related injuries and diseases occur in the world every year. And we need to reduce these numbers. And the numbers from ILO tells us that about 190 million cases of work-related diseases occur globally each year. It's quite a lot. And below you see the number of 13,000. 13,000 people die every year as a result of such a preventable disease. So, to be at work can be a very risky business for many people. The numbers are very high, and we need to do something. I show also this figure. It might be a little bit small, but you see the colors. It's the magnitude of occupational injuries in the world, the distribution of them, and if such occupational diseases, this and injuries. This concurs, the gray zones concurs completely with high-income countries. The highest numbers of diseases are the kind of red ones, and you see the highest numbers in East Asia, but also Africa with the blue records higher number of injuries than in high-income countries. However, we also know that it's an underreporting of injuries and diseases from African countries, so the numbers are clearly higher than this. And at least it shows that there is a difference between high-income countries and low-income countries. And for me, this illustrates an unfairness of the world, where equality is not present. However, it doesn't have to be this way, that we have occupational injuries. Here is a good example for you. Quite random, but I'm taking this one because it was a very good figure. It's from private industries in a state of United States who have recorded their occupational injuries over many years. And they also did a big effort to reduce the injuries by working with safety and health at the workplaces. So you can see on the left side is a number on the y-axis, the incident rate of non-fatal occupational injuries and illnesses. And on the x-axis, you see the years from 1975 until 2015 is this. So what the figure shows is that it's a clear decrease in numbers of occupational injuries and illnesses during this period. Probably because they did an effort to reduce this problem. Prevention works. But the slide also shows another thing, and that is that preventive work takes time. This is from 1975 to 2015, and you see the slope is decreasing all the way. It doesn't happen very fast. This is a period of 46 years, actually. So that is the drawback by working in this area. Sometimes it takes longer than what we actually would like to do. And well, we'll talk more about the length, but I'll just show you a small list, because what is the prevention? What did they do in this state to manage to reduce the problem this much? They worked with control measures at the workplaces. They worked with legislation. They worked with labor inspection. They worked on the reporting system for occupational diseases and injuries. They worked on compensation issues, just to mention a few of the factors that has importance when you want to improve the situation at workplaces. So it's quite a lot of things that needs to be in order to manage to succeed. Okay, then you might feel a bit down. You think, okay, 46 years is quite long. So I'll give you a very optimistic story from this country, from Tanzania. It's a story from Songo Songo. It's an island outside of the coast of Tanzania, part of Tanzania. And I was quite lucky. Now I think it's about 15 years ago. I was allowed to participate in a meeting here at this island, because it had been established a gas production plant here. And people in this plant, they wanted advice on risk assessment to reduce risk and prevent injuries from happening out at this plant. Yeah, and you see here on the left side, it's fantastic, beautiful beaches at Songo Songo. And that's one side of the island. The other side is the gas production plant. I think it's rather nice too, because it's quite tidy and it's clean. And when we went there, I saw that this situation, the working situation here, was quite good, actually. I was very impressed. Safety was in general taken very well care of here. However, after a day here walking through and looking at different systems and so on, looking at the routines, we found also that out in the ocean, there was a small platform that belonged to this plant. And the workers, they had to go by boat to check on these platforms every day. And when I talked to the workers, they started talking about, well, they had a colleague who had been drowning, and they had someone falling in the water, and it was a problem, and they couldn't swim. And this was a challenge. So the question was, when we had a meeting with the management at the end of the day, was, can your workers swim? And you would maybe think that when you're living at the coast or working at the coast, and especially on an island, then everyone should be able to swim. You're surrounded by water. But it's not like that. Not always that you learn to swim in any country at any time. So the situation was that very many of the workers, they couldn't swim. And that was the risk evaluation it was focused on in this. It was not the chemicals or the gas. It was the risk of the lives during transport to the platforms. And this was discussed with the leadership in the company, and we started the process. So I try to illustrate it here. Visit, and then short risk assessment. We had discussion, we shared experiences, we had a short discussion with the leaders, and you know what? 1 week after, the first group from this plant had their first swimming lessons. So they were trying to improve, or they did improve, the swimming ability of all workers to avoid accidents and deaths. Perfect solution, I would say. It's a fantastic example, and it's very seldom you can give something like that, which happens that quickly. I tell this just to a contrast to the 46 years, that sometimes you can do something very quickly, but it depends on the size of the population, of course. Here, it was a fact that the leader of the health and safety on this plant, he was trained in Mozambique by a big oil company. Also, another very important factor was that the management of the gas company was very open for development, was open for discussion. And we had this great talk together where we discussed and found the solutions, which they followed. I just want you to remember this as a very great illustration, how to achieve decent work, because that's what it's all about. I mean, to be at the risk of drowning every day at work, that's not decent work. To be safe, that is the decent work, with no risk, or at least a very minor risk for injuries and deaths and diseases. What we need to achieve decent work is education. Education is very central for everyone in a company. Everyone in a company needs to know and understand issues of health and safety. And in addition, we must be very open to learn from each other and have an open mind for cooperation, because all workplaces are different, and it's not always we can use one example to another. But the open-mindedness and the method of listening and learning from each other is a key. So these values, as I show you here, is kind of core values for the project we have together in the cooperation you've heard about today between Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Norway. Education and cooperation is needed to prevent work-related injuries and diseases, and to obtain decent work. So here you see the key makers in our project called NURED 2. Key makers, thank you very much, and also thank you very much to the audience. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Professor Bente. Another clap, please. Thank you. I'm now going to introduce the second keynote speaker, who is no one else other than Professor Wagari Deresa. Professor Wagari has an immaculate accomplishment in the same field. I would like to read that to you. You've heard when the colleague from Ethiopia described, but I think I want also to explore that. He has been, he works at the Addis Ababa University, that is abbreviated AAU. He has a BSc in biology, an MPH and PhD from the same university, with postdoctoral training in epidemiology from the University of Bergen. So he's also a Bergen alumni. He's worked at the Ministry of Health. He transitioned to academia in 2001, where he had a key leadership positions, including the Dean School of Public Health, Director of Aklilu Lema Institute of Health Research, and a member of the AAU Senate. He has been instrumental in the national public health efforts, notably senior advisor for research at the Ministry of Health and a member of the COVID-19 Research National Task Force. Apart from that, he's collaborated with us and many countries in the North and Global South, and he has been instrumental in building the workforce in occupational experts in Ethiopia. So give him a clap. Karibu sana. He's going to talk about advancing decent work and occupational health in sub-Saharan Africa. And he's using Ethiopia as a case. Karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here and take part in this very important international symposium on occupational health. I would like to thank the MUHAS for inviting me and my colleagues to take part in this important symposium. As part of the partnership between MUHAS, Addis Ababa University and the University of Bergen in Norway, dear representatives of the government and the various organizations, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to talk about this, which is a continuation of the previous speech by Professor Bante, which is also dealing with decent work, but with particular focus on the case of the Ethiopia, how Ethiopia is dealing with occupational health in general, and what policies or interventions are there regarding the occupational health in that particular country, which is Ethiopia. And as we try to say this morning, Addis Ababa University is part of this project, NORHED 1, since 2013. And since then, we have collaborated with our colleagues here, our colleagues in Norway, and also other countries around the world. And we have learned a lot of issues about occupational health and safety in general. And a lot of issues have been identified, especially in terms of challenges that is currently facing the Ethiopian government with regard to this particular field. So Ethiopia has currently, the population is estimated to be about 130 million, which is the second populous country in Africa in general, next to Nigeria. And with that population size, the country is categorized as a low income country by the World Bank. So the government effort in terms of moving forward of this nation towards at least middle income country by 2030, by 2035, in line with sustainable development goals, is one of the key driving forces that Ethiopian government is forced to achieve developmental milestones, infrastructure development, manufacturing, factories, expansion of a lot of development activities in various parts of the country. So with this, although there are different forces behind the development, this force of development usually involve a massive engagement of laborers or laborers in general, including women and the children under working age and so on. So although this is good by itself, then there are occupational risk factors. And there are a lot of chemicals, hazardous, physical or chemical or biological, that this group of population, including the urban, the rural, who are exposed to this hazardous in general. So the decent work environment is really very poor, and the safety issues, again, it is very poor. And with this, we can imagine what the occupational health problems, safety, injuries, and other work-related diseases happening to the Ethiopian population. And that's not prioritized. That is my argument today to talk about this case of Ethiopia. So. In sub-Saharan Africa in general, as we all know, we are, our country, Ethiopia, is almost the mirror of the Tanzanian counter, where Tanzania is also having a lot of developmental activities which involve a massive engagement of laborers in general, and these laborers may not be protected by proper and modern type of protective equipment. They may not have access to proper protective equipment, and there are also related to the issue of informal sectors in general. So the widespread unsafe work conditions is very common across Africa, Asia, but our case, especially the East African countries, including the Horn of Africa, our country, our population is facing a lot of unsafe work conditions. Informal economy development is very common from a small scale to large scale, which is taking place in the country. But at the same time, as I tried to say earlier, we are facing kind of weak enforcement, poor enforcement in general, and also weak labor inspection system mechanism. And because of this, there are high-risk industries like construction, which is currently actively, dynamically engaging mining, floriculture for the sake of developing these flowers and to generate hard currency, and also textile factories. A lot of manufacturers are taking place in this sub-Saharan Africa. And for example, if you see the floriculture sector in Ethiopia, where we had one PhD student, one or two PhD students who worked in the country, this is mainly supposed to be as an export, and Ethiopia is assumed to have that position of exporting flowers to different countries, especially Europe. And major employer of the women are taking place, and these women are generally, including their children, their awareness is very poor, awareness is very low in terms of the risk factors, and also they use the harmful insecticides, and most of the time they are aiming to generate the daily income, at the same time exposing themselves to kind of chronic and debilitating type of work-related injuries or diseases. And the way they use the protective equipment, protective wearing, and also the training that they have is really very, very low. And health incidents like pesticide poisoning, which is mostly happening in Tanzania, is also happening in Ethiopia. So this is one of the sector in Ethiopia that we have high risk area. And the second one is textile industry, which is taking place in different parts of the country. As I said earlier, the country is moving towards the middle income country to exit from the trap of low income countries. And repetitive manual work, poor ergonomics is very common in this area. And respiratory diseases, including chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, musculoskeletal disorders, cyanosis are there, and many people are exposed toward this particular disease, which may really affect the health and the productivity of this group of individuals. And when the health of this group of people is affected, then there is a morbidity, there is a mortality, which is becoming also the burden to the country, to the nation, and also to the family and dependent groups who are depending on this important group of people. Construction is also booming in Ethiopia, and urbanization is also taking place. Injuries are very common. Not only this, vector-borne diseases are also very common. Waterborne diseases are also very common. And this group of workers involved in this sector are also highly engaged and exposed to this risks, like, for example, from falls, machinery cut, injury, dust exposure, and heavy loads of even some minerals. And informal employment is very common in Ethiopia, and there is no social protection there. And the training they receive from the owners, the companies, the organizations is also very, very low. Inadequate safety is also very common, and weak enforcements, as I tried to say earlier. Building and safety codes are very common in this area. Mining is now becoming very popular in Ethiopia, although there are traditional mining activities there, different parts of the country, especially the gold mining issue is very common in Ethiopia. And also there are some minerals like mercury, silica dust, and also the environmental pollution of these mining activities they create on the environment, especially in terms of air pollution, water pollution, in general environmental pollution is becoming very common. And water pollution is also becoming very common. This factory products, including their chemicals, the treatment is very poor, and they are directly left to the rivers, and the livestock, including the human, are exposed to having drinking to this water sources. And these chemicals in general, including the floriculture, as I said earlier, they use a lot of pesticides, and this pesticide directly go to the water sources, which are used by human as well as livestock. And the pesticides and the chemicals from the different factories, when they are released to the water sources, we can say that this food chain, we know There is a food chain. There are fish in the water. There are also livestock, cows, goat, sheep who are feeding on this water sources, and these minerals are now joining the food chain in Ethiopia. And these minerals or chemicals, they are exposing people to different types of non-communicable diseases, including cancer. So this is how it affects our situation, and toxic chemicals, and also child labor issues, and a lot of activities are actually there. And metal and steel industry risks are also very common, and exposure to metal fumes, high temperature, the issue of the noise everywhere is common. Exposure to sharp tools injury is very common. And in terms of some factories, wood factories or metal factories, the ventilation is very poor. Protective equipment is very limited. And injuries in terms of burns, in terms of cuts, and also in terms of hearing loss are really becoming a major problem. And at the same time, there is poor training on the safety, how people who are operating these machines are protecting themselves for their health is really very, very poor. So we can say that, as I tried to say earlier, there is a high demand for economic growth, which is true also here. But that high demand for economic growth is not accompanied by proper regulation and enforcement. So that is a problem. And we have a limited labor inspection because there is a poor capacity there. We don't have proper organizations and institutions with adequate manpower, trained manpower, and also inspection equipment which can serve to guide these people how to overcome such kind of problems. And there is also a need for awareness. People who are engaged in these factories, in these main sectors, which are exposing to the occupational health and safety issues, the awareness of the rights is really very, very low. And the risk is very, very high. And the gender inequality is also there. As I tried to say earlier, most of those people engaged in these activities are women. And these women are in the reproductive age group at the same time, younger group of women there. And they are really, their educational status is very low. They have a very poor understanding about what is the rights, their demand in order to qualify them in this work environment. And in general, lack of resources is very common. And sometimes political will is also very important. And as I tried to say earlier, the government, the focus is on the demand for economic growth by hook or crook, and that risks those people engaged in this sector. And if the political commitment is there, the political will is there equally in terms of regulation, in terms of enforcement, and in terms of protecting these people, the health of these people, the safety of these people, that could be really very helpful for the government. So maybe I can say in the Ethiopian context or Tanzania in general, laws and enforcement should be there, should be strengthened. And most of the time we see there are a lot of policies on the paper, there are a lot of laws on the paper, enforcement modalities are also on the paper, but they are not properly enforced and regulated. That is the main problem that we have, which might be similar here also and other similar countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And sector-specific interventions are also very important for the different sectors like construction, like mining, floriculture, and others, cement factories. There should be sector-specific type of interventions. And those people engaged at the top level, at the policy level within the organizations, they should be aware of all these issues, because Professor Bante mentioned earlier that that organization, that factory, the high-level engagement is there. They took training, and some years later, the working condition of those individuals or those factory was improved. And we expect such kind of activities there. Empower workers and also unions, that's really very good. And we think international collaboration, as we are doing now, with 3 countries, 2 from the south and 1 from the north. And we also expect a global south-south collaboration in terms of Tanzania, Ethiopia, and also other countries in this area, so that we can improve, we can contribute to the strengthening of the occupational health and safety, including the ethical issues as well. And decent work is a human right. This should be underlined. And those people who are engaged in different activities, they should know that decent work is very important. The Sustainable Development Goal 8 is stating this one, as has been said. But in each country, at the national level, at the regional, and at the lower level, at the community level, these things are really very important. And if Ethiopia is in a good position and have adequate capacity, institutional capacity, individual capacity, then that can lead at least in the safe and dignified employment environment to ensure that people, laborers, are really protected. And it requires this field, occupational health and safety, is really, it is a tough field, and it cannot be handled by one sector alone, and it needs joint efforts by governments, businesses, civil society, international organizations, and so on, to protect workers' lives and health. So this is what I can say. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Much, Professor. You've heard from Ethiopia. I wonder if Tanzania is any different from Ethiopia. But we have Professor Mamuya, who is going to be our last keynote speaker. He's going to talk about honoring, oh no, sorry. He's going to talk about national progress and challenges in occupational health and safety in Tanzania. If you notice that our 3 keynote speakers have something in common. They have contributed substantially to the rise of professional occupational health experts, and we need to give them a big clap. Now this is for Mamuya. Clap please for Professor Mamuya. You're there. Karibu sana, and we're eager to hear what you have to say, if it's going to be any different from Ethiopia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank officials from different ministries and my colleague from Norway Department, WCF, OSHA, USA, and everywhere. Thank you very much. My presentation is not different from what have been presented by my successors. By what I'm going to do is just a roadmap to that. Where do we come from, and where are we, and what are the problems? Tanzania is a very big country, as all of you know, and the biggest, it is almost 945 square kilometers. From one port to another, from the harbor, Dar es Salaam, to Kigoma, is 1,090 something kilometer. Not the same. I mean, and all these places have people who need food, who need industries, who go to work. They have districts, about 500 districts, with different ethnicity. And in all the districts we have, there is at least one mine, if not a district, a region. And in all this area, as I said earlier, people need food. So agriculture, being a backbone of economy, we have coffee, flowers, cotton, timber, maize, etc. And we have the policy. Our policy now is to have Tanzania of industry, according to our president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. So, if that is the case, what will happen and what the project did? In fact, we need learned people in every district, every mine, every factory, every region. Where are we going to get these people? So there is need for training, and this mammoth training. Let's see. Yeah, this is the plan showing where the OSHA zone officers. I'm not sure whether all these officers have adequate. I remember when I was doing my PhD in Mbeya, Kibera coal mine, there is one person died in the mine, and it took a day. I was outside the mine. I could see someone carrying, one is carrying hand, one is carrying head, one is carrying this, because it was crushed by the crusher when grinding the coal mine. I was very shocked by that time. But how many reported to the mine? Is only one person from Mbeya visited Kibera coal mine at that time. Similarly, if you go to Mwanza, how many inspectors are there? So training is of paramount importance. And the project understand that, and they start very far. Moen started by training Julius Maisalage, and today is a guest of honor was there. And then I followed. I did some studies in coal mine. Aquilina Kayumba, who was a former OSHA, was trained there. Alexander Tungufolo, Gloria Sakwari follow, and Israel Paul. But we had also Hussein Mwanga, who was in South Africa. So we come together to form the team. The first project, we had the mission of reducing the injury and disease at workplace through capacity building. So most of the people who are educated have this aim. We thought that we can. I remember Bente Moen, together with Magna Bratvet, who was my supervisor, they visited Tanzania, and they wrote the first paper, which indicated how people are suffering and the movement there. In the Tanzanite mine, there are children who are going under the tunnel. They are called the nyoka in Swahili. And when they go there, it means that they can now start smelling where the root is and where it is safe. The children. Does these children know any rules, any laws? So capacity building through the training, we thought that can help. And can help these few people to educate more Tanzanians. In Muhimbili University, not any other university. If we go to KCMC, but they don't have that, it's just a part-time. So we empowered undergraduates on occupational health and safety. We train masters and MPH students. Some of you, I can see faces of number who were trained by the project. The aim is to get people who will go down to the district, to the ward, to the region, to be able to see what is happening. We provide also education. We try to balance female and male, because mostly Tanzanians were very good, but Ethiopian, my friend, they had a problem of getting female candidates to join the project. But now they're coming. Tanzanians were good in involving women, because women are the sufferers. If you go to agriculture, you'll find mainly women, and these women are working whether they are pregnant, first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, up to when they deliver. They are using the pesticide all the time. They don't know anyway when to take some root for food. After what time, which period should elapse before you harvesting for eating? Who will go there? Do you think the PhD, our thesis can reach them? Our thesis can reach them? No. The decent work will not be reached by just educating, but we need all the researchers to be converted to the common language. The common language which worker will understand. First of all, the policy makers will understand. After they understand, they can translate it back, and it can help miners, it can help foresters, it can help industries. Unfortunately enough, we concentrate on formal sector. And here, OSHA, you are here, you don't work with the informal sector. Ministry of Health, you are here, you concentrate more on formal sectors. And the informal sectors is the one which now is coming up. Informal sectors. Can we change?
Can we change the informal to be formal based on the last, this year, Minister of Agriculture, he said that there's no small scale farmers because they contribute even more than even the large scale sometimes. So with this objective, of course, we're training up 35 workers. We had the postdocs. We have short-term, and we build a lab. We noted that we have to produce competent people who can work into the lab, who can assess what is happening and how can we take care of them. But the aim of this is to enable them translate it to lower level, is not to have the files. If we go to the office of the Dean School of Public Health, you'll find the whole of the board with books, master thesis, PhD theses. If you say how much of these theses have effect to the people, very few. And few, why? We don't train undergraduates, even undergraduates. If we go there, translate what we have learned to actual, to prevent the worker, to create decent workplace. So that is the message. That is the message. And I wish if we can find the fund, and I can see you, all my master students who are here, some of PhD students who are here, and tell me how far does your PhD helped Tanzanians? How does your PhD on safety help Tanzanians? Tell me, are we going to achieve decent work through a lot of publication? I will take you, the guest, to the office of the Dean, and you see a lot of publications there. So we have to find a way to change. But we find the first step we took is to go to the second stage of now having PhD from our own country, from our own institution. The first few I mentioned, we studied in Norway. Now we have PhD, which now we are studying in our country. But all the researches were done in our country. So, the second stage now, you will hear them talking. We are very innovative. But how should you have innovative if you are not bringing the change? Bent has given us the roadmap, has given us a very nice plan to show from 1975 to 2004, the trends. 2018, the trend is falling of accident, of injuries, of diseases. But what are we doing? I can give one example for medical doctors. When you come from the ward, you just go straight to the canteen. You carry your coat, you go to the food, you start eating. How many microbes have you encountered in your ward, and you bring it to them? So you want all other people who are eating at the canteen to have the infection? That is simple. Is that what you want? Are you not aware that you are carrying infection by wearing your white coat? Is white coat really white? I happened to be to visited factory in South Africa and in Norway. In fact, when you get out of the mine, all the clothes, you forget that you had those clothes, and then you continue. But here, that is not the case. Someone can get out of the hospital, you are dealing with the epidemics, and then you continue with it. You can even put it on your car so that your children can get that infection, and your wife. I mean, we have to do practical things, even small things like that. We have to change your way of thinking. You have to change your way of acting. So we don't have a policy briefs to ensure that whatever we do trickle down. And I would like, if Dean you are here, or whatever for research and publication, director, I can see you are here, to find a way to get the fund, to translate all the publications to policymakers. They can be read by anybody, not have p-value, not have R square, not have what. So that is the weak point we have, despite of all these good masters we have, all this good PhD we have. But I understand that our student or our graduate, they are in OSHA, they are employed in President Office, Regional Administration and Local Development. They are in training institution. I'm glad to see someone in Bugando here, some from KCMC is here, international, national company as well. So we're expecting that all factories, all industries should benefit from the research. So wherever the research was done, do they have employed a competent person? Do we have problem with the employment? But whom do we employ in our factory? As OSHA, as inspector, as what? So all this, they should benefit, without forgetting the large people who are in small scale, the informal sector. We should have policy. I understand that ILO countryside is the one responsible for informal sector. But how shall we enter to that? We have started doing researches in horticultures, in small scale mining. When you measure them, they cannot hear, they cannot. So what are we going to do with them? I understand some few people from OSHA, way back in 1970, they concentrated in training the people at Gerezani. But they're all over the country. If you go to Mwanza, Mbeya, everywhere they're there. Are we able to reach them? So the mechanism to reach them should be tried to be looked at so that we bring change to our country. The research, because I couldn't repeat what has been presented by my colleague, but I changed it too much with what they have presented before, and I noted that I might be repeating what have been said by my colleague from Ethiopia, because our environment almost looks similar. But what we are lacking is really to have a policy implementation. To implement, we know you have a very good bylaws and you have ratified a lot of conventions. Now, the implementation of this is a problem. Where shall we start? What shall we do? And the other thing is, what language are we using? language in the context. We are now using what? What is the problem of people affected? What are the problem with people with the chronic disease? What are but what is the problem? The why is now a big problem. Why you are telling someone is sick? For example, if you go to Kibera coal mine, you get out of the mine, you get a pint of milk. What does that pint of milk do? They are aware that if you drink that pint of milk, you are going to be safe. Is that right? Who should access there? Let's come together, sit together, and work together for the whole country. I can't repeat what has been said by my colleague, that occupational health and safety is for everybody. Even here at Mohas, we have a lot of problems. A lot of people have backache, and these are young in the office. Look at the chairs they are sitting. Completely is not a chair for someone to sit and do some research and do some work. But what shall we do? What shall we do? So, my friend, my colleague, I understand that we have this PhD. I don't need to repeat to say, to show all the PhDs we're educating now and the postdoc. We can't say how we benefited through the international conferences, because we are learning a lot from the international conferences. What we need is to contextualize it, to put it in a way that it will help our people. Decent work will not be reduced by just a mere word. It will be reduced by action. Member of Parliament know what to do in their Jimbo constituent. And ward level should know what to do. Village leader have to know what to do. But then all of this has to come out of the research. So I would like even the dean, even the whoever, to try to see how the research can be done at our university, and then to have time for making this policy brief be part of the assessment. And not say so because I'm retired, but to ensure that all other researchers helping our people to help so that we have a decent workplace. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Mamuya, and thank you all the three keynote speakers. Based on my understanding from Professor Bent Moen, Professor, Professor Wagari and Professor Mamuya. I think I remember some of the things they say, that to have a right to just and decent workplace is a fundamental human right. And I think we all agree that. But I also heard the contextual situations from Ethiopia and Tanzania, and I think we can conclude that maybe we need to synthesize the evidence. And I was thinking, you mentioned the Professor Mamuya policy brief. Maybe a policy brief is not good enough. It should be synthesis of the evidence that has been collected in all these countries for the whole period of time, so that we can say something to the governments and the private sectors and the philanthropies, because we're not making good use of them. So, Professor Mamuya, you could see how passionate he was on his whole life investment in that, and I think we need to live to that standards again with both professors. So we need to make sure that we have a just and a decent place of work amidst our contextual factors, which is we have overpopulous countries with high aspirations to aspiring to high socioeconomic growth. We have expanding informal sectors. We have very minute formal sectors where all these occupational health preventive and risk analysis can be done, which does not really cover the people at risk. We have competing resource allocation. We have an overburdened healthcare system. We also have a huge percentage of the population with health illiteracy. Forget about the prevention, just health literacy itself is a problem. We have a huge young adult population who are eager for work, and we have no means of employing all of them, so they have to find their own work. Amidst that, you find that there's been a dynamic shift in the gender aspirations or gender-ascribed work. I've heard both professors talking about women being in workplaces where you really do not expect, for some of us who have no idea. And I think now that shift is quite amazing. And then you mentioned about children being there when they should be in school. This is our context. Within that context, we also have dynamic technology and digitalization of systems, which is going to replace some of the workforce, but maybe not everyone else. And then amidst that, our context also has an increasing number of infectious diseases, re-emerging epidemics, and the old epidemics are still there. We have changing cultures and tradition, changing gender roles, and we need to have a statement. I think for the occupational experts, we really need to synthesize the evidence, and that marks the end of our session. Thank you very much. A big clap for the speakers. Thank you, MC. Back to you. Discussion. Oh, yes. Now we have discussions and questions from the audience. Be recording. Anyone with a comment, questions, suggestions, clarity, you're all very welcome. I got carried away. Keynote speakers, please, you're invited to the podium. We have 3 professors, and you can ask them questions. You can ask for clarity.
Yeah, first of all, I want to congratulate all the presenters for the good achievement that they've just highlighted soon to their presentation from Bergen, from Ethiopia, and from Muhas. It has been a very good milestone from where I started till now, 2025. But I want to comment on a few issues. One is looking at the occupational health with the ongoing issues globally. Currently, we are in high stress of climate change and health. So, because you are coming from the universities, I would suggest that we orient our students to major the OHS with the ongoing issues of climate change and health. Second issue is on the same trend that the global, we have a change in the disease pattern, the occurrence of epidemics. The WHO on the IHR 2005 insisted on how precaution issues should we take while dealing with infectious diseases, especially those who are crossing boundaries. In recent years, we had issues of COVID, we had issues of Marburg, Ebola, now Mpox. these are some of the major issues globally. There are a lot of funds from the pandemic funds and etc. So I would suggest that we also looking at how do we connect issues of OHS and the ongoing public threats globally. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the good lectures that we listened to. I understand massive work has been done to know what we can do with our Africa and our sub-Saharan Africa. Dr. Wagari talked about how decent work is hard to achieve and the challenges in Ethiopia. And I've worked with OSHA for like 6 years as workplaces inspector, and I declare it's the same issues. But recently, I've come across something that is called cultural problem. We have a lot of laws, very good laws, which are directing the employers to ensure that they provide a decent workplace. But I think my main challenge is the cultural issue. You will find people with protective equipments. Some of them have knowledge of what they're not supposed to be doing, but yet they find it nuisance to put on their PPEs, to follow the rules. I think as a workplace, as occupational health and safety person, I think that is my biggest challenge. You fight with the management to ensure they provide everything, but you end up with people who do not want to follow what they've been instructed to do. And a number of times, these people have been trained. We make sure we keep evidence, but I think still there's something that we are leaving out of all of this. We have cultural challenges. As Africans, we've got a lot of other priorities other than thinking about PPEs. I think Professor Mamuya also talked about trainings, but a lot of times people trained in the workplace, unless we address cultural issues, we do not get to achieve what we want to achieve, even if we've invested in trainings and in providing equipments. I want to challenge you as academicians, as people who help set up the laws and people who are in contact with the regulators, to try and address cultural issues and put in laws that will enforce our culture change so that we can be able to move forward with decent work. Thank you. I do apologize. The speakers, we needed you to introduce where you're coming from, and that will be instrumental. Sorry for that. The next ones should introduce who they are and where they're coming from so we can collaborate.
Thank you so much. My name is Caroline Baraza. I'm from Tohasa. Thank you so much for the good presentations. We have learned a lot. My question goes to the first presenter, Professor Bente. I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrongly. From a presentation, we saw a lot of safety injuries as when you were presenting your data. But I didn't see much on the occupational diseases. My assumption is because maybe they take longer to be discovered, and sometimes they are discovered when people already retired. So I want to bring this up for the future research and the future presentations. What can be done so that in future we have a proper way of correcting data, even for those who already retired, or they are no longer working or being employed. Thank you so much.
This is not a question. Perhaps we need to understand the background that we operate. There are two kinds of things that need to get complemented each other. One is what we are doing from the academia, which is known as risk assessment. So we do lots of research that would indicate some kind of scientific evidences in a way to improve the workplaces. We understand that. And the other competing science is what we call risk management. So these risk managers are really authorities, policymakers, ministries, and so on. So their need and their interest is definitely very different from what the academicians assume. So their need is in terms of generating employment, providing food to the people, and so on. So the question is, the cross-cutting question is then, given this background, how possible really to achieve in terms of taking the research findings from the scientific population. So one thing that very much agree is what Professor Simon stated, training and creating awareness. And that perhaps that would be a kind of an entry point that we can influence policymakers. But otherwise, we had one incident in Ethiopia where lots of urban farmers are very much dependent on growing vegetables that are, farmed with sewage or, liquid wastes. And they live on it. They, get their breads from that kind of employment. So the question is then, the vegetables are source of, heavy metals. So the population of Addis is somehow partly dependent on these vegetables. We should get some kind of vitamins. So we shared the finding with some of high level of policymakers, and their understanding, yes, we understand what you are saying, but what should we do in terms of employment? So, their priority, their need is how to keep up, the employment, not really to accept our findings and benefit the population. And therefore, I'm not sure if there are some, policymakers from here. I wish they could also describe something, what's there in terms of priorities. How best we can integrate and work together so that, we get the support from each other. That would be very, very much important. But otherwise, we shouldn't be a kind of treat in terms of, generating evidences. You look, this is the finding. Your population, working population is somehow getting some kind of risk. Well, that's always done. But the question is how best we can work together and then, have a win-win approach in terms of our totals. So it's just a kind of remark, perhaps you can expand on this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks, and then I would give the speakers some time to answer. We are a little bit behind time, so I'll give them each an opportunity to answer. Karibu.
Asante sana. I think I'll answer the person. I like the question about culture. When I came to Tanzania this week, my colleague Simon met me and said, do you know what? Our country is now treating people and not doing any prevention. And you said that you are working more to build up hospitals to treat people than to do the preventive work. And that's a cultural issue here, because we need to focus on prevention. I think it was Benjamin Franklin or something once has said that 1 ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That means with a little energy for prevention, you can avoid diseases to occur. And the culture comes back to when the lady over there asked for occupational diseases. I showed mostly figures from occupational injuries because they were figures from the International Labour Organization. Because the figures when it comes to occupational diseases are so minor, they're lacking. I have looking and searched, I've asked for all the figures from Tanzania. And I was thinking that would be interesting to show you. There are no figures. And that is a thing that OCHA should take seriously, because I think they are responsible for the reporting. Pardon me if it's someone else, but someone in this country should be taking that seriously to report properly, so we see the situation for your country. And that's also a cultural, that you're using resources on this. And then other thing when it comes to the culture is that, I mean, PPE, that you want the workers to use that and so on. Maybe that's good sometimes, but the point is that you should teach. Education is the key for both workers and employers. And I think you're lacking occupational health services in this country. Very few occupational health service people are available to help the companies to work on exactly these issues, to teach the employers and employees how things should be done to prevent occupational injuries and diseases to occur. So if I could give an advice to Tanzania, is to put resources into establishing occupational health services, competent people that can help out in the companies. I mean, we have a group now in Muhas who's very competent in teaching people masters and all these things. And masters should go on and establish units in the companies so we can get a new culture for focusing on prevention. I think that's my message.
Yeah, thank you very much. There are a lot of issues and perspectives that you raised, all of you. Important issues are raised. Maybe these are supposed to be complementary to strengthen our presentations, the contents of our presentations, and maybe how to strengthen the gaps, the deficits, and so on are there. Thank you. Maybe, just to add on what Professor Bente said about the cultural issues related to the question raised on the second speaker, the challenges, cultural norms challenges are always there in any society, especially when it comes to the health issue, the health intervention, the treatment issue, the vaccination issue, the sanitation, the hygiene, treatment-seeking behavior, health-seeking behavior, whether it is preventive or curative type of medicine, especially we in Africa, our society is based on some traditional practice and the cultural practices, and that is very difficult for them to abandon at a time, but that is supposed to be gradually changing by giving education and also awareness raising by health promoters, health educators, the government, the policy makers, and so on. So it is also true in the Ethiopian context, even if some companies, some organizations say that even if they provide for their workers protective equipment, they complain that the workers are not using those protective equipment, those workers who are working in the construction, in the manufacturing, in the textile, because of the inconvenience that is created to them against the harm effect. But the problem is, the core problem is not about the inconvenience, but it is about poor understanding of the health risk that is encountering this group of population, because health risk associated with occupational health, most of the time it is not, it is chronic, and it is coming after several years. Respiratory illness, chronic illness, it is happening after many, many years and so on, although some are acute, for example, in terms of pesticide, in terms of poisoning and so on. So that requires a kind of consistent, continuous type of educating the people, helping them to understand the risks, immediate risks and long-term risks, and then people is supposed to be gradually understanding and using the protective interventions. So enforcing some issues within the organization is also very, very important. For example, the company managers, organizers, when workers are complaining about the inconvenience, then they must be using that protective equipment, and they should have a kind of policy or law. Without using the protective equipment, it's very difficult to work in that company, and so they can regulate this one. And the other issue is about the first speaker, which is occupational health and safety, and associated with climate change, disease pattern recently happening, and the precautionary measures, interventions, and also associated with recent outbreaks, pandemics, and so on. So I think occupational health and safety is one of the issues within even the climate change and health, because climate change has a lot of impact on the workers involved at different levels of these different sectors. So one important example in the Ethiopian case is you might know about the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which is currently nearby completion, which is the largest dam, I think they say, in Africa. And that construction is done in lowland areas, around areas bordering Sudan in the west part of Ethiopia. There are a lot of ecological changes in terms of ecosystem changes, vector-borne diseases, and waterborne diseases, and a lot of workers, laborers from the highland areas are moving towards that area. So the risk assessment is already done, and the risk management, I think that is also taking place there. If the risk, if those researchers in the academia and the policy makers, managers, risk managers at the policy level are aware and try to connect between the evidence that's generated from the academia towards the policy, that would be really a great achievement in terms of linking the two institutions, research institution and policy institution. So they can understand each other, but they need, as has been said earlier, there should be evidence, not only writing policy brief and submitting it to the different organization, but it should be evidence-informed policy decision making. And those policy makers should understand about the importance of evidence. And if they understand the importance of the evidence, then it would be very difficult for them to act without any type of relevant evidence. So still there are many things that we need to work. We need to strengthen the capacity, and collaboration is also very important. Not only international organizations, but within the country, academia and different sectors. How do they work together? How do they understand each other? What do they need from each other in terms of resource, in terms of evidence, and dissemination, information exchange, all these things are very important, and I think this is what I can say from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mostly have been answered, but I have some few addition. With regard to climate change and occupational health, the country need to work not on isolation. If we work on isolation, you will not get everything, because everyone has knowledge about a certain aspect, and that one might have effect to human being. So I still urge to use the concept of One Health. And I'm quite sure we have the desk of One Health in the Prime Minister's office, whereas all the ministries, because each ministry has its objective, the aim, the function to do. But when they work together, they can solve a lot of problems which might arise among workers. So we use that. With regard to cultural issues, versus the example use of PPE, simply I said there that we should now extend of studying what and in connection to why. And that means that the quantitative aspect should be complemented with a qualitative part. We should have epidemiologists, should have scientists, psychologists, and everything, so that at least you go in a right way, that you don't leave anything, any stone unturned. That will be a way forward to those cultural issues. So what is happening, but why? Do research of quality and quantity. You will know quantity, but why is it happening? The other have been answered properly by Professor Bente. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want us to give them one clap. I will say it. Pasha, 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 pasha. Only one. Pasha, pasha, wape. Thank you. Asanteni sana. MC.
We say in Ethiopia this time club country. Recently we have changed like, you know, the Twitter like.
So we do this?
Yes.
Okay, like them.
Like. But it has no sound.
Oh, yeah. Asante MC.
Thank you very much. I think we can like them. We can like them once again. Thank you so much.
When you say like, you can say like this.
Okay.
Rather than saying clap,
Okay.
like.
Okay, so I say like and you clap. All right. So like. Thank you so much. Now we are going to another session. This is a scientific session. We will start with, I think, 3 presenters. I would like to welcome the chair of this session, the first part of this session, who is Professor Abera Kumie. Please, you can come and continue. Professor Abera.
Dear colleagues, so much said, lots of take-home assignments and lots of also messages. what I have understood is 3 key messages. One is changes can be made, as the work of Professor Bunty and Simon showed, no matter the length might be, but changes can be made. So that's very, very useful. A second message is committee leadership is very important and very critical, deciding also on the progress of these events and efforts. So thanks for Professor Bunty, and thanks also Simon and also Professor Wagari. It's their leadership, perhaps, that has moved so much to this level. Obviously, the third message I understood is there are young leaders just who are going to present their findings. So that's really very important to all of us. So given my assignment, we have 3 presenters, very young presenters, I'm hoping. So Isra, is he around, Isra? Yes, thanks for that. He's on the advancement of technology on pipeline and crude oil operations. And we'll have also second presenter, Hamis. Is Hamis around? Hamis? Yeah. So we missed him. So, but otherwise, it is another area in terms of sea workers and so on. We have a third presenter, Joseph Briango. Joseph, oh, thanks a lot. So all of you will have 10 minutes presentation, one after the other. But otherwise, given all of the 2 or 3 presentations, we'll have very short discussions. So the presentation time is only 10 minutes. So you should be very much careful in terms of, keeping the time. So please, Isra, come in front and give your presentation.
We have some coffee outside and tea. If you feel like you're sleeping or you want something, you can just go out and take some and come back inside and continue to listen.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Ezra Kavana. I'm the head of regulatory compliance and risk from ECOP. So he has to understand for OSH approvals, so it's very key aspect for the nature of the construction project, especially as the case study of ECOP. This is more relevant also to other projects as well. So yeah, we'll go together. So more at the end, you will see more on best practices that are more relevant and that can assist the academic side research as well as the industry. So I'll talk more on the industry perspective. So this is more just on the introduction aspect. So I will just narrow down on the nature of our project just to summarize and to provide clarity for everyone. So you can observe it's a linear project. So it's more, it's a linear project for construction of the pipeline, one of the biggest pipelines so far. So it's a crude oil pipeline. So just to understand this kind of project, is traversing from Uganda with 1,448 kilometers. So it's very long. So in terms of investment is $5 billion USD. So it's a huge investment. As you can understand, to traverse the pipeline from Uganda to Tanzania in Tanga, there are a lot of activity involved, especially on the construction side. So in terms of number of people, so a lot of people involved. So far, roughly, we can say 7,000, and it will reach a peak up to 10,000. So that's just an understanding. So why OHS is very important, because for a huge number like that, a lot of contractors involved. We need to align very well with regulators, as well as OSHA as well, to have approvals that will assist for us to ensure compliance. At the end, compliance is very key. That's why we need to minimize any risks that will be anticipated in this kind of the project. So you can observe the traverse oil discovered in Uganda. Now we are traversing to Tanzania. When we finalize, we'll do the operation, and then at the coast in Tanga, then the oil will be transported to external market as well. So benefit, yes, is a huge investment. So Tanzania will benefit more, the same as Uganda, because where the oil is. But at the same time, we'll open doors for other projects in nearby countries, the same as it will enhance even on understanding the training, capacity building, and all of that, and we can improve more on OHS aspect as well. So this is just a schematic diagram just to share on the technical side that oil is coming from Uganda. I will not talk more about that, but I will focus more on the approvals at the end. You can observe the nature. So why regulatory compliance is very crucial. You cannot operate in this kind of project without aligning with regulators, especially OSHA as well. So regulatory engagement with authorities is very key, so that you can have clarity in terms of requirements that you need to comply and you need to fulfill, so that you can have compliance licenses and you can fulfill that you operate without any kind of risk. So yes, regulatory compliance engagement strategy, you need to develop that as a company, so that will guide a company and also will maintain a consistent communication with the authorities, the same as in other stakeholders as well, as internal industry leaders in terms of OHS and other aspects. Just to expect on the expectation, the main expectation is more to validate some of the requirements. Our authorities may improve as well in terms of best practices. This kind of involve a lot of experts, so for us also is a huge investment in the country and nearby countries. You need to have an objective and strategy, and the objective specific is you need to understand the regulatory regime where you operate. You need to have institutional or organizational reputation, so that can be the key, so you need to comply. You need to develop better policies, the same as to cascade the policies to industry, to government, and everyone involved in the project. And at the same time, you need to use better tools that can assist you. You cannot work without a tool. This I mean on all the management information tools that can assist in your compliance. Programs, yes, you need to have different programs as I mentioned before, and all of those programs will facilitate your approval processes when there is some sort of licenses or certificate that are issued by regulators, and all of that will be more sufficient for the sustainability of your project. This is just to share just general construction activities that are ongoing, so you can understand the massive investment of the project. That is what's happening on the ground. So 1,443 kilometers, it's not a joke, it's a very long pipeline. So we have a number of sites, like different 30 sites with a number of different contractors. So OHS compliance is the key. That's why we are here today, just to make sure we have this kind of synergies between industry, academicians, researchers, and everyone, so that we can have this in a better way. This is just to provide a sort of overview of the project, but my focus more on the strategic aspect. So on the strategic goal, you need to have long-term stakeholder engagement. That is the key, because in terms of stakeholder engagement, you can anticipate any kind of the risk. So risk management is one of the better aspects for any kind of project, mega project like this. And all of that key aspect will provide some sort of standards, and you can comply with all the regulatory requirements. And at the end, the regulatory compliance can be one of the keys. So this will focus more on the oil and gas aspect, but it can be valid to mining, to construction, and the other sectors as well. So compliance is huge. You can not only cascade on OHS, but it also can go up to environment and all of that. So why we need all approvals to ensure compliance for this kind of the project? Mostly to avoid some of delays. This kind of investment, there is limited time, so you need to avoid delays. So you need to operate without any kind of delays. At the same time, the reputation, if you have non-compliances, you can have a bad reputation with your organization. At the same time, we need to have a number of people working in a safe environment, so we don't want any accident or injuries. So that's why we need to have those alignment with regulatory authority, especially OSHA and others, so that we can comply and we can have clear visibility and ongoing communication as we proceed, so that everyone have clarity and we can ensure compliance. And the main focus, why we need to avoid, yes, as just more to have more alignment with all authorities and every stakeholder involved, but at the same time, proper engagement at the beginning. If you don't have proper engagement at the beginning, you will fail when you proceed up to the end. So that's why we need all of that to be cascaded to everyone involved in the project. These are just the steps, can be valid to everyone. Why we need to have approval, the best approval, there are some steps you need to follow. You need to understand what kind of approval you need to apply. You need to define those kind of approval. You can define in terms of responsibilities. Then you need to prepare some of the documentation required for application. At the same time, you need to have proper planning. Without a proper planning, you will fail because most of this will depend on the time. And then you engage with authorities, and then you apply. So if you follow the processes, automatically you get the approval from OSHA. So it can be more on different kind of approval you want. So this can be defined according. So this is more on the best practices, but can be valid to any kind of organization, institution, or company. Different approvals, as I said before, you need to have management systems. This kind of systems will manage your approval accordingly, and some of the approval may need to expire, so you need to renew. So this can provide some automatic renewal as a reminder that this kind of approval you have or registration can expire maybe in the coming 2 months. So you need to prepare some of the documentation for renewal. So that's why we need to have this kind of management system in place. Not only that, at the same time, you have different inspection, you have auditors coming on site, you have non-compliances, you need to rectify, you need to have proper corrective actions. So all of that documentation and supporting documents can be supported in the system, so system can assist you instead of just using an Excel and proceed. This is my last slide just to conclude. OHS approval, very important in Tanzania and in any part of the world. So advancement in technology, as you understand now, there are a lot of technology based on our project. We are using drones, we are using other best practice and method to make sure everything is aligned and OHS requirements are fulfilled according to international standard and Tanzanian regulatory aspect. You need to have OHS framework, that is very crucial to avoid any kind of accidents and to ensure long-term operational integrity, because if you don't have long-term integrity, we will not have any sustainability. As I said, the processes, as you follow all the processes, so this need to be embedded at the beginning of your project up to the end. It will enhance some sort of compliance culture as you proceed. Effective engagement, that's very crucial. Engagement with these regulators, you need to align, you need to understand, you need to know their requirement. If there are changes in laws, you need to have one understanding. Proactive safety culture development. Yeah, you started a journey on your career as a young professional, so you need to develop yourself. You have to understand clearly so that you can have a clear practical aspect with the best expert in the world. Multi-agency collaboration, as today we are here, everyone from Norway, from Sweden, every part of Africa are here just to have this kind of collaboration, and we share these best practices. And at the end, commitment to safety, technology, and regulatory excellence. So if you dedicate your part to excellence, automatically you will achieve. So this is just a wake-up call to everyone. Our OHS is crucial, is very crucial in our country, is very crucial in Africa, and we need to adapt and we need to develop. Thank you very much.
So we don't have Hamish, so we go to Joseph. Just take 10 minutes.
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon. My presentation was to be presented in 20 minutes to 25 minutes, but I will try to do it in 10 minutes as it is required. We did an assessment to assess the working condition of sanitation workers in 3 regions, Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, and Arusha. I'll skip this one. I will go to the objective and material. The objective was to assess and analyze the occupational health risks associated with sanitation workers in Tanzania through a literature review and a formative field visit in order to recommend the administrative risk mitigation measure. To recommend administrative risks mitigation measures. 3 issues were needed to be met. 1, identify occupational hazard and risk mitigation measures associated with sanitation workers. Understand the institutional arrangement, regulation, and organizational structure in relation to health and safety of sanitation workers, and then formulate recommendation and next step to overcome the identified challenges. So the study design, a formative desk review combined with the field observation and the key informative interviews. The key informative involved sanitation workers, experts, and etc. Primary data were constituted on information from verbal interview, expert opinions, and were generated ideas were generated from field data. And also we had secondary data, included extract from peer-reviewed papers and the reports on the subject and a published report and administrative document. There are several administrative documents that we reviewed. As I said, the study area is that. The scope, all workers providing sanitation services such as cleaners, workers who maintain public toilet, formal and informal emptying services provider, sewer maintenance workers at wastewater treatment plant and disposal site where the study met them. Literature review, as I said, the gray data we had from different reports, the ministerial report, municipal reports, and etc. were also taken care in the study. We had a small short of interview with sanitation workers, experts, and etc. In total, 19 individuals took part in the interview. The category of them is as seen in my presentation. Ethical clearance was taken from the NIMLI, and the letter with reference number as provided here. So the findings now, the findings are grouped into the following. First, we're looking on the enabling environment for sanitation workers. Here, the key sanitation services in such stakeholders are the Water Supply and Sanitation Authority, utilities, and sanitation workers, etc. You look on the stakeholders in this area. So mainly, the stakeholders in this area are utilities, sanitation workers, and authorities, urban water authorities. And then we go to service level infrastructure, looking at how the infrastructure supported the sanitation workers. Here, Water Supply and Sanitation Act obliges utility, urban sanitation authorities to provide sanitation services, including sewered and non-sewered sanitation system. And you shall see the findings in the next slides, how this is featured. If you look on how sanitation services is featured in our country, you find that 11 out of 26 regions of water supply and sanitation authorities and a sewered system with or without treatment, saving about 1.3 of the urban population. So majority during the sanitation is on site. Service level, another issue on the service level is on safely managed sanitation. In country, we are at 27.2%. This is according to MOH report. But if you look on the urban water utilities, it is expected that 3,085 cubic meter of fecal sludge from latrine and the septic tank were expected to be collected, but the number were collected is about 12% of the expected volume. So the huge share of wastewater is remained uncollected. And then you see the population to be targeted The service level continued. Here we are looking on septic emptying track, how municipal and the water utility own these septic emptier. You find that on the EULA report of 2021, there are about 364. The distribution of which is 8.2, which are owned by water utilities, meaning DAWASA and other utilities. 4.7 are owned by local government authority. If you go to the urban authority, you find maybe Lala or Babati are owning their own track, and it is 7.1 are private owned. If you go to Kijitonyama, you can see the situation. This indicates that formal emptying services in Tanzania is dominated by private sector. On the operations of DWAT, few urban authority own DWATs and sewage system, just as I mentioned earlier in my first previous slide, that only 1.3% in urban population are served by either DWATs or sewage system. So, and the regions I've mentioned in my slide, Dodoma and other regions are owning DWATs. Country policies and regulatory framework, there are several reports. The Labor Act has stated how do we treat sanitation workers. The Public Health Act, there are a number of sections that are explaining how do we support the sanitation workers. The Occupational Health and Safety Act of 2003, they also stipulated how do we deal with sanitation workers. The workers' compensation is amended in 2015. It says ensure adequate and equitable compensation and rehabilitation for employees who suffer occupational injuries. And as I see in the next slide, the limitation for this, because these are not formally organized, they don't have joined the workers' union and etc. So this is a limitation to them to access this compensation. The Water and Sanitation Act also has provided the issue of sanitation workers. So if we look on the sanitation workers themselves, these are grouped into two, formal and informal. Formal, yes, well organized. The other schemes are, they can access a social security system, but if you look on the informal, they don't have any social scheme. They depend on how do they organize themselves to access all of the services that they need. If you look on the type of work that these sanitation workers are performing, it is explained in the slide there. If you look on the issue, example of dislodging, majority formal and informal, they do the dislodging. But if you look on the issues of populating wastewater and the fecal sludge on coal treatment, you find that most of them are employed in the government. If you look on the equipment that are using these sanitation workers, it is different. It differs between the two groups, formal and informal. You find that informal with rudimentary equipment, but if you go to the formal, more advanced technologies that are using on sanitation services. For example here, an example from Kinondoni on manual emptying lead that to direct contact on fecal sludge as witnessed by one of the sanitation workers in Dar es Salaam, saying we do the job with bare hands and sometimes it involves body contact with the blackish water. Sometimes even new systems get linked with old ones and you get flooded with the blackish water, but we don't have way to accept but we don't have to. We need to do a work at that conditions regarding taking it as a serious issue. But we don't have any alternative. But we need to also to work on that. One of the workers also in Dar es Salaam said, our cesspit is deep and so narrow. If someone is trapped, you can't have any person enter to help them. A colleague once experienced a breathlessness after smoking in pit. We would only pull him by rope, but unfortunately he got out on time. Okay. These are some of the sanitation workers in Dar es Salaam. We visited Keko, Kinondoni, in Arusha, Daraja Mbili, in Dodoma, Majengo, and etc. So this is a situation. Sometimes this is an auto eyewitness that sometimes we use gumboot, but that is when we work outside in an open. But in a confined space, we don't have, you cannot even use gumboot down there. You bend your legs and then sit on them. So these are some of the examples, pictures that we find in the field during the assessment. On the issues of health and safety, the guideline of EULA required them to be vaccinated on hepatitis B, but a majority of sanitation workers have not been vaccinated. Yes, the EULA 2020 guidelines stipulate 3 important SOP. One, licensing and operation, monitoring of employee, technical safety and hygiene, assurance of emptying. But if you go to sanitation workers at the utility, explained that usually science services charter agreed focusing on health and safety. For the formal, there is a charter that requires you put on a proper PPE before you do an emptying or anything. But for informal, they operate barely without adhering to the requirement by the guideline, although the guideline has said on that. So these are some of the issues sanitation workers are complaining of. For example, skin exposure to fecal matter, ingestion of fecal matter. These are some of it, but there are so many. Reported instances, diarrhea. Some of the sanitation workers were complaining of having diarrhea, cut wounds, fractures, and etc. So if you look on the infrastructure to support sanitation workers' services across these 3 regions, you find that road accessibility, certain settlement in Dar es Salaam, Keko, Tandale, Manzese, Unga Limited, Daraja Mbili, Mbauda, Ngalenalo, are inaccessible by vacuum trucks. There are some of the trucks that we need to, there are special stations to do the sanitation services in unplanned settlement, but at sometimes this truck cannot access those sites because of no way to go. So in this area, the sludging is done manually. Fecal sludge is transported to a vehicle in a parking lot using a container of 50 liters. Workers are at high risk of injury, of carrying heavy loads, and face stigma. You go to the community taking that container, carrying it, you get stigmatized to the community you save. So these are some of the examples, and this picture was taken in Shinyanga, and this is type of vehicles that are used in planned settlement. So there are also the problem with the pit lining. You find that these sanitation workers are to dig dive in the pit, and the pit lining is not very safe. So sometimes it can collapse. So UNICEF pit lining and strong slab will cover, minimize the risk of a pit to collapse. So because they don't have alternatives, they sometimes go to the pit where the pit lining and the cover slab is not that much strong, and it may collapse. So the content of the pit, the waste, the fecal matter itself, because we know that our community, they use a different type of annual cleansing and etc. Sometimes people use stone and etc. Hard papers and etc. So these sanitation workers are deep dive to the pit of that nature. So if you go to channel and maintenance, this is the situation. We don't have, people don't take care of this sewage system when sometimes they do plastic bags and etc. you find in the system. And it makes it difficult even for vacuum excavator to take it, the fecal matter. In the DWATs, yes, workers in the DWAT, sometimes you do not have PPE, and if the law requires them to put on the PPE, but you don't find them putting on the PPE. These are some of the examples of the PPE that we recommend to be used. There is also an issue of stigma and discrimination for these people who are doing these services across in our community. And an example in Kinondoni, in the community we are regarded as like people that have lost the election. They demoralize us, but we have no other means. No one wants to look ridiculous. So people disregard them. People who are regarded them, they've lost their election. So these are some of the stigmas that you find in our community. So discriminations continue. I want to go to majority are regarded people who don't have no education. So yes. How to cope? There are a number of ways people do for coping. Some engage in alcohol use, drugs, cigarettes, use kerosene, and etc. Someone will share their story. We learned that smoking is not safe in a low circulation, so we have prohibited smoking in a confined space. Financial security, majority do not have financial security. As I said, they do their job on a daily basis, except for those who are formally employed in urban water utilities and local government utilities. Otherwise, insecurity. These are some of the activities, expected earning for per activities. Registration, formal and informal sanitation workers, majority are not registered, and therefore they cannot even access social security funds. Even the government local fund, 10% from the local government authority they cannot access because they are not formally organized. So at the end, we came with the 7 recommendations. 1, advocate for recognition of sanitation workers, and here we have done a number of issues to make sure that sanitation workers are recognized. There are certain environment that you go and you find that supplying sanitation service at that community is difficult, and therefore prohibiting sanitation services, informal sanitation workers to do services on that area is not feasible. So we advocate for local government authority to do recognition of these sanitation workers in this area. 2, develop the capacity of the local government authority. Yes, we as a ministry we have done something with the local government authorities, and we have a number of experienced local government authorities. If you go to Arusha, you go to Shinyanga, you go to Babati, you can see examples of these activities that we have capacitated the sanitation workers and local government authority. 3rd, develop a suitable model for formalization of sanitation workers. We are trying. It is difficult because we need community development workers to do on that. Difficult because these people themselves, wanasema hela ilali kwa mtu. So if you ask them to contribute and then to go to open a bank account for them, it is difficult. But we are also doing on that to make sure that they are formalized. Promote on innovation, dislodging equipment. Yes, there are a number of technologies that are promoted But as I said, there are some areas that are even a technology that a group truck cannot enter those communities. So you can depend on the services as mentioned prior on my slide. The fifth, develop an appropriate economic support model similar to formalization. It is difficult, as I said. And the sixth, promote adherence to health and safety requirement, use PPE and abolish inhuman. This one we have tried and we are seeing it is working on the pilot region that we are working with. If you go to Arusha, Babati, Mwanza, and Shinyanga, you can see some of these issues. There is adherence with the PPE. Develop a national guideline on sanitation. This we have done, and we have a national guideline on that. Yes, in conclusion, the assessment identified 3 groups of sanitation workers operating in Tanzania: government, private, and unregistered sanitation workers. The formal government enjoy a lot, and adherence to PPE and other issues is of much more better as compared to other groups. The worst scenario is on the informal sanitation workers that are operated as individual and etc. So these are some of the issues that we, after our assessment in 2022, we come up with a national guideline, training manual, training manual for sanitation workers, the handbook, and etc. So these are some of the achievements that we have done. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So Isra, would you just go in front? Just sit down there. And because without commenting much on the time that I've used, so I wish we can entertain about 2 questions, very critical questions. And that would be sufficient to use effectively our time. So any questions, please, from the audience? Any questions? Any questions, please? All right, if that's the case, any question, please?
Thank you very much. I would appreciate the presenters. You have given us a food for thought, and congratulations very much. It was very informative. A question to Brother Ezra, just a simple one. This mega project, of which has big issues, as you have highlighted, I wonder, how are the research institutions involved in any of the compliance activities that you are personally heading? Thank you. And Dr. Birago, thank you for highlighting. This is, again, as we have highlighted during the first session, issues related to culture. So, with the recommendation, the policy document that they have been produced out of this good work, what is your take, and what is the take from this symposium on this big chunk of informal workers that we have in this country? Is there a bright future for 1.3% of those people who are connected to sewer system in the country? Thank you.
All right, so I think there is one, just, yeah. And that would be sufficient to use this time.
Yes, thank you for the nice presentations. My question is also directed to Mr. Ezra from ECOP. So my question actually is, how are you planning to, because I saw a lot of compliances in your presentation, but I'm interested on the lowest level. how are you planning to ensure that you're integrating what you're doing at the highest level to the lowest level, and the following up, how are you following up these issues? Thank you.
So, thanks a lot, and your reaction, please.
Okay, thank you very much for very good questions. Let me start with the first one. Before the starting of the project, because this project involved 2 countries, so both the government involve all institutions, as from regulators, because it's oil and gas project, so the main regulator is EURA, so EURA are the main custodian. That's number 1. Number 2, on the starting, yes, we have a number of involvement from different aspects of researchers. Some of the researchers are coming from University of Dar es Salaam. So University of Dar es Salaam, we have a typical MOU on different aspects, but project is involving a lot of researchers from different institutions, some of them from OSHA as well, some of them from NEM. So that's what I can say in short, but to ensure that we are progressing and in compliance with the regulatory aspect of the country. At the beginning, we had this we call host government agreement, and all the government involve all the stakeholders from aspect of OH&S, when it comes to construction, when it comes to environment, and the other custodian. So yeah, we have a lot of work, so I'm very sure other institutions also will be involved, so it will depend on the scope, because we are in the process of ongoing, and the project will carry on in the coming years as well. So it will depend with the different scope, and every institution required will be involved, because we need also clarity from different institutions so that we can progress. You said about how we can cascade the information to the lowest level. It's not only like we are targeting only majority group, no. We are working on the ground, because the construction activities is opening on the ground. So on the community aspect, we have a lot of ongoing activity to the community. There is a lot of ongoing internship as well, so feel free to reach on the different channels so that you can participate as well. So yeah, there is a lot of people to participate based on if you are at school, you are early graduate, and at the same time, if you are early professional, you are expert with a number of years of professional, just use your internet well, and every information is there, so you can participate in the project. Thank you.
Thank you. The question that was directed to me, I want it into 2 phases. You should not quote this, but you need to do also the research in this area. And it's my personal opinion, not a government opinion. The issue of why we are at 1.3% of urban population in sewerage system and not at 100%, I could answer it as follows. The government has done a lot of efforts toward ensuring that our community have access to clean and safe water. Is it right? We are now at 86 or 87% of the urban population have access to clean and safe water. So if you look on how do we implement these projects through different approaches, the sustainable rural water supply and sanitation, and etc., you find that more of the resources are being invested in ensuring that our community have access to safe water, rather than investing to how do we take out the remaining water after use. If you use 1 liter, how much liters will go as wastewater? There is a calculation. Here there are students that about 90% of the water you use today will go as a wastewater. So we need also to make sure that our utilities invest in ensuring that we have sewerage system, because if you have a coverage of water at 100%, 90% of it will be a wastewater. So we need to have infrastructure to remove this wastewater. So we are at 98% we are at 86 or 87 urban population have access to adequate water supply, but 1.3% of the urban population have access to sewage system. You see the discrepancy, yeah? So majority of the urban population depend on on-site disposal. So this is a vision area you need also to go and research it and come up with a proper recommendation for the government on how do we invest our resources toward this area. Second, as I mentioned, there is a challenge on how to access informal settlement. So the Ministry for Land, Urban Planning, and etc. should come here and assist us, making sure that our habitual area have access road and other infrastructure. In Dar es Salaam, the planned area is at how much percent? Is it 10% or 15%? Not 20%. For my previous understanding, less than 15%. So majority of us, we are living in unplanned settlement. So how do you how do these sanitation services access to unplanned settlement remain a question? And there are certain areas where we visited when I was an undergraduate in Keko, Magulumbasi, who have been in Keko, Magulumbasi, Keko Mwanga. Previously we had somewhere in Kinondoni. You find that even a bicycle could not access. You are having a bicycle, but you need to go to your home by foot, and you leave a bicycle to your neighbor. So these are some of the challenges that we as a policy makers, you as a researchers, you need to come and do research in these areas and provide policy brief to our government so that we can improve these services. In Dodoma, the situation is different. All areas, about 97% is a planned area. So this challenge could not happen. Thank you.
All right, so we thank both presenters. I think the take-home message from Israel is really working at company level in terms of promoting OSHA regulation is so productive that can be somehow also sustained working with other companies. That's a very good start. A second message I take from Joseph is really the discrimination aspect. I think it's very common, even in Ethiopia. Any person, seeking for, say, to get a wife, nobody likes him. So he's discriminated against this kind of values. But then the take-home assignment to him is how best you can implement your findings at sanitation workers level. That would be really very useful in terms of linking the research finding and also what should be practiced at that level. So we thank the two young presenters, and let's just give them our hand, please. All right, thanks.
Thank you so much. Let me straight away welcome Dr. Hussein Mwanga, who is next, and we are really behind time. If we could do a little bit faster, try to minimize the time of presentation. If it's that possible, that will be perfect. Karibu. We can all stand and stretch a little bit and then continue.
Thank you. We have some young bloods here that they can show how to stretch. Edie, can you come and show people how you can stretch? This is Edie. He's one of the faculty members in our department. He's just completed his master's, so show some moves.
Okay. We can do squat, but I think okay, all of us we can go this side to this side 10 times. Okay, 1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, Again. Okay, this is number one. Again. Again, this side, like this. Yeah, 10 times. Okay, 1, 2, 3, start. Let's go. Again. 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 Eight. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, the effects of prolonged sitting, we're all aware of the ergonomic risk factors of one of them being prolonged sitting, but also the effect on cardiovascular health. Okay, so now we have a short session, 2 presentations. Very interesting presentation. We have one from Araso. Araso is going to go first. He's a PhD candidate within Safe Workers Project. He's almost there. He told me that he's going to defend his thesis in June, just a few weeks to come. So he's almost there. And then after, yes, so we can clap for him, yeah? Yes, from Ethiopia. And then we'll have the second one from Professor Babu, Professor Michael Sullivan from California. And then we'll do a short discussion. You're welcome, Araso.
Thank you very much. My name is Sararso. I will present one of manuscript or article from our PhD work, the respiratory symptoms and exposure to pepper dust among workers pepper industry in Ethiopia. It is a comparative study. It's a presentation outline, introduction there. So occupational disease and injuries are the major global issues causing numerous fatalities linked to relate to workplace exposure. COPD is also the third leading causes of death globally, affecting the health and including the productivities. So exposure to pepper dust affects the respiratory health. Majority of the studies primarily studied in soft pepper tissues, especially in Europe and Western countries, but the results have been inconclusive due to different methodological and death strategies and the like. So in Ethiopia, majority of the pepper raw material used is primary recycled peppers. However, the study of these respiratory health related issues were limited in context of Ethiopia, not Ethiopia, in Africa. So these studies aim to assess the association between chronic respiratory symptoms and exposure to pepper dust among pepper industry workers. The main aim of this study was to assess the magnitude of chronic respiratory symptoms and their association with personal inhalable pepper dust. A study setting was conducted on 4 pepper industries, in large pepper industries, and as a comparative study, we used one water bottling industry as an exposed group. Production workers included in this study. We collect from 270 exposed or from water pepper industry and non-exposed water bottling industries. For chronic respiratory symptoms, we use standardized modified questionnaire from American Thoracic Society by using CISPRO mobile application. For exposure assessment, we used for exposure assessment for similar exposure groups. That means we categorized according to their similar exposures, the industries, preparation, pepper mashing, packing, finishing, and then converting. Depending on that, from each department, we collected 40 exposures. This repeat measurement in general, 150 samples collected by repeat measurement from pepper industries. So depending, we developed job exposure matrix for 16 departments. Depending on that, we calculated cumulative dust exposure for each workers. For each workers, we have the history of their exposure from each 60 departments, then we calculated the cumulative effect of their service in their life working experiences. This is the way when we are also collecting, when we are calibrating in the morning. Then this is when after we collected, after 8 working hours, we also, the sample, the picture shows that. This also when we are also attaching the sampling head and the tube and the pumps for the workers. This also, we measured the humidity and the relative humidity and the air temperature in the morning, afternoon, in all days of the sampling methods, because humidity and air temperatures can affect us. The data analysis also we conducted, we use Poisson regression analysis for this both, and ethically we obtained from Addis Ababa University and from Norway, research in Southeast Norway. Also, permission was obtained from the factory management and the consent is from the worker. The result, the mean age of the exposed for water from the exposed paper industry and the water bottling industry 32 and versus 26. Their duration of employment is also 9 years from paper industry and 2 years from water bottling. Majority of the workers are male from both exposed and then. So the mean level of dust exposure, the inhalable dust exposure 4.5, which ranges from 0.85 to 88 milligram per meter cube. This is exceeds the occupational exposure limit value, which is standard set by Swedish occupational exposure limit value. In context of Ethiopia, not only Ethiopia and Africa, we haven't the standard occupational exposure limit value. We compared with the Swedish occupational exposure limit value. The mean cumulative dust exposure is also ranges around 31.6 milligram per meter cube. This is the prevalence of chronic respiratory symptom. The first one is chronic cough. The chronic cough is almost 27.4 reported from the paper industry. It is also 7.4 from 7.5 from chronic cough is from water bottling industry. The second is also cough with sputum is 21.1 from paper industry, from 1.1 from water bottling. Breathlessness is also 25.6 from paper industry, 11 from water bottling industry, 25 from wheezing from paper industry, 5. So in generally, is a chronic cough, the prevalence is the magnitude of chronic cough is higher in exposed groups than in exposed groups, that is water bottling industry. It ranges around 21 up to 27 from the exposed, 1 up to 11 from non-exposed. This also previously similar with study conducted in Ethiopia. One study conducted previously in Ethiopia on exposed studies. But why? Because in this study we added in 2 new factories, which is their cumulative dust is low in compared to the previous studies. Also, the prevalence of this cough was significantly higher in other study conducted in German, because this study is why it is higher than in German. The raw material used are different from Ethiopia. Even the study covered with the German studies, somehow it is different from Ethiopia, because in context of us, we included all factory production workers, but in that study is specific onto exposure groups, onto departments. It is also lower than in another study. We compared, I said that in Western countries, because in paper industry is limited in Africa, especially in developing country in general. So it is lower than in other Croatia and Sweden studies, because this also this adjusted smoking, especially cigarette smoking in Croatia. That is kind of affect the reason. The other studies also, we conduct and analyze the prevalence ratio by using Poisson regression model. In this prevalence ratio, the adjusted prevalence ratio of this exposed group is still higher than an exposed group is. Chronic cough is also almost 3.3 times more likely develop of chronic cough than an exposed group is exposed when compared to the exposed group is. Similarly, breathlessness is also around 2.2 times than the water bottling industry, this group exposed than. Wheezing is also there. So this also adjusted. We adjusted or controlling the confounding factors like age, sex, employment duration in other dust industries. Previous respiratory illness and the cooking with biofuel at home is also adjusted to get these results. So exposure to paper dust significantly increases the risk of respiratory symptom when compared to the unexposed. Is consistently similar to with other studies. The other studies also we conduct is exposure response relations, that is dose response relationship. For dose response relationship, as I said that we calculated for each worker's cumulative dust exposure. Then we have the history of each individual from each department. Then we calculated and we developed job exposure matrix. Depending on our finding, chronic cough is related with cumulative dust exposure. For each unit increases in cumulative dust exposure in milligram year per meter cube, the risk of developing chronic cough was increased by 1.2%. That means as every year increase of 1 milligram per meter cube, the risk of chronic cough may be result 1.2%. So this finding demonstrated a clear exposure or dose response relationship between inhalable pepper dust exposure. Long-term inhalation of pepper dust was associated with the development of cough. So, but in other studies, in European studies, Anderson and others have found no significant link with cumulative dust exposure and the chronic respiratory symptoms in Sweden and Germany. So this may be possibly the relationship between the dust exposure and the respiratory health may not be straightforward due to different reasons. In conclusion, workers in pepper industry have higher occurrence of the respiratory symptoms than those employed in water bottling industries. So there is an exposure relationship between cumulative dust and the chronic cough was so found, because our interest was on this one to see is there any exposure response relationship with cumulative dust and health outcomes. So we recommend that they suggest that the employers implement engineering control, especially about the ventilation. In addition to administrative control is advised, PP is advised, but it is better to focus on engineering control than as others. So this is also my acknowledgement is also my supervisors, Professor Abarra, Dr. Tafari, Professor Bente, and NORAD project Safe Workers, and Addis Ababa University Safe Work Corner, Professor Wagari and Dr. Samson, also University of Bergen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause, please, again. Okay, without wasting any further time, please welcome Professor Sullivan.
Are we required to use these?
Yes.
We have to.
I think it's better.
Do we have to use a microphone? All right. What if I hold it like this? Can you still hear me? Okay, good. I want to acknowledge my co-researchers on the project, and their names are on the slide. I put this picture up of my Yusta. Yusta is 10 years old. She has severe cerebral palsy. She didn't have to have that. She'll spend her life in a wheelchair, and she'll probably only live to about 20 years old. She lives in Vikindu, and I take care of, Yusta is a little girl that I help take care of. And I put her picture up here because she didn't have to have cerebral palsy. Her mother was malnourished. Whatever money she got, she consumed alcohol. She didn't get medical care, and she delivered early. All risk factors for cerebral palsy. The reason I bring it up is that today we're talking about worker health, but let's not forget that worker health is a broad topic. We are not only responsible, in my opinion, to make sure that workers are not exposed to chemicals inappropriately, but we also, I believe, are responsible for their overall health. So that's my editorial comment about making sure the workers that we are in charge of taking care of are healthy overall. And little girls like Yusta don't end up being born with cerebral palsy. Oops. What do you see in this picture? Some people see pizza. Some people see a job. Some people see a car getting petrol. I try and teach my students to develop the eyes and the ears and the brain of an industrial occupational health professional. When I see this picture, I see somebody being exposed. When I go around the city, both at home and here, I see occupations and I see people being exposed to chemicals. And when I saw this, we started a project here in the department to look at the exposure of these individuals. And that's what I'll be talking about today. Sorry. When you put gasoline in your car and you use that gasoline, the top of the tank is filled with air. And the volatile chemicals in the gasoline migrate from the liquid into the air according to Raoult's law. And if you remember your chemistry, you should know what that means. We're not allowed to forget our chemistry. And when you put new gas in, that saturated air comes out. And if I'm pumping the gas, I'm breathing air that is now saturated with hydrocarbons. And that's what we went to measure. Now, there's a lot of different chemicals in petroleum. We just focused on a few of the volatile ones, particularly general hydrocarbons, C5 to C12, the C8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those aren't very volatile, but they are considered in that gasoline range organics. The typical ones are C5, 6, and 7 are the most volatile chemicals in petroleum. Within that group is N-hexane. And N-hexane is a human neurotoxicant, meaning it affects the human nerves. And so that's a chemical of interest. And that's naturally in petroleum. Added to petroleum to increase the ability of the petroleum to ignite in an internal combustion engine are the chemicals benzene and toluene. That's added to the petroleum. And so we looked at benzene, it's a human carcinogen, and toluene, which is a neurotoxicant and also a nephrotoxicant. What were some of the exposure parameters that we observed? The workers tended to be females, ages 18 to around 26. They worked 6 days a week, about 10 hours a day. It's a hard, long job every week. 1 day off. Each tank filling activity takes about 2 to 3 minutes. So you probably, if you have a car, you know you drive up, you give them the money, they put it in the machine, they grab the nozzle, they put it in the tank, and they turn it on and fill it up. And when they fills up to until you've purchased them as much as money equal to what you've given them in money, and then you drive off. And that the filling part takes about 2 to 3 minutes. And on daily activities, a person will fill between 50 and 100 cars tanks. So it's a lot of filling. These are some of the exposure parameters we observed. We went into the field to measure the chemicals, and we measured general hydrocarbons as hexane using a handheld meter, exampled by the yellow meter up on the right. And we also measured benzene, toluene, and N-hexane using Draeger tubes. Let me show you some of the results from the general hydrocarbons. This is what the profile of the air concentrations look like. At the beginning, the concentrations are very low. Now, they're not zero because there's always going to be hydrocarbons in the environment. But once in the breathing zone, and we tried to be near the person that was working at the petrol station, in the breathing zone, the concentrations of hydrocarbons raised very quickly. Sometimes up to several thousand parts per million within the breathing zone. And then that reaches a peak, and then once the filling ends, those concentrations come down. And so these are the results of 10 different sampling profiles during 10 different automobile petrol fillings. What we tried to do is we identified the profile, and then we took the samples for the N-hexane, benzene, and toluene during the peak time. So between probably about a minute to a minute and a half were the peak hydrocarbon concentrations. This table has too many numbers, but the key would be in the middle where you see the columns for benzene, toluene, and N-hexane. Now, not every chemical was found in every sample, every sampling activity. But overall, we did find benzene, we did find toluene, and we did find N-hexane every time there was hydrocarbons in the air. And again, going back to our chemistry and Raoult's law, we would expect that. Because if those chemicals, those volatile chemicals, are in the gasoline, they're going to be in the vapor above the gasoline, and that vapor will come out when the tank is filled. And so the results are consistent with what we would have expected. I calculated the ratios of these chemicals. In the very bottom right of the table, you can see, for example, that of the peak concentration, the benzene was about 0.18% of the hydrocarbon concentration in the air. And so if you had 1,000 parts per million in the air, you would have 0.18% of that would be benzene. About 0.1% for toluene and about 2% for N-hexane. At the bottom of this page, I did a time-adjusted average concentration because the person doesn't pump all day long. They pump about 50 to 100 fillings during a day, and that day is 10 hours long. And the average concentrations are about 0.5 milligram per meter cube for benzene, about 0.1 milligram per meter cube for toluene, and about 2 milligram meter cube for N-hexane. And we can take those numbers and compare them to occupational standards. And that's a very typical comparison process. And I do that on the next slide. But in addition to that comparison, and one of my fields of study is human health risk assessment, I did a calculation of their exposure, and then I compared that calculated exposure to safe levels for the public, not for workers, but for the public. Worker safe levels tend to be higher, public safe levels tend to be lower. And there's a whole discussion around that, but let's just assume that that's okay for today. And this table shows those comparisons. In the first column, we have the average air concentrations, 0.48 for benzene. The OEL for benzene is 0.66 milligram per meter cube. That's below. You might conclude, we're good. It's okay. Because it's below. That would be a reasonable conclusion. Toluene, 0.9 average compared to 375. Very low. You might conclude it's not a problem. N-hexane, 1.85 compared to 142. So the comparisons to the OEL suggest that other than benzene, which is close, there should not be much of an issue here. But I went ahead and did the comparison of those concentrations to a safe level for non-workers, for like us, all of us here. And the results are different when you do that comparison. The cancer risk from this exposure to benzene is about 4 in 10,000, which is about 40 times higher than what might be considered acceptable in some areas. It could be 400 times higher. 1 in a million to 1 in 100,000 are often considered acceptable levels of cancer risk exposure. The non-cancer hazard for toluene is 0.15. That's below 1. but the non-cancer hazard for N-hexane is 2.2. That's above 1. So when I compare those numbers to what might be safe for the average population, both benzene and N-hexane, in my opinion, are above what would be considered safe. So what should we do? And by the way, that's the question you should always ask at the end of a presentation. So what? What do we do now? So what should we do for these workers? I would have 2 recommendations. The first one is, I think these workers should have a health evaluation. These are young women working with chemicals that have known DNA effects and known neurological effects, and our evaluation would suggest that their exposures are above acceptable levels. This population could be at risk of some severe health issues. And then secondly, that doesn't solve the problem. That only tells me if there is a problem. But we still need to solve the problem. And as an industrial hygienist, I don't want to finish the story until we have a solution. I would propose that vapor recovery systems are put on all the nozzles in the country. Now that's going to cost the petroleum industry some money. And we have these in California, where I'm from. Every gas station, every nozzle in the entire state has a vapor recovery system. When the gasoline goes in, the vapor comes out and goes back to the tank in the ground. There's no exposure in the atmosphere because it seals against the gasoline filling tank. It's a simple and effective solution to end the exposure. Thank you.
Araso is. All right, so we have had the 2 presentations. Now we have about 10 minutes for discussion. So I welcome comments, questions. Yes, there is one hand there. You can.
Sorry, if I can offer myself a favor. I just have a comment and question.
Oh, you also have a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, then okay, we can another question there. So maybe you can start here, you are close, and then we'll go there.
Okay, I have a comment to Dr. Sullivan. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm very happy that you focus on this challenge because petrol stations is a well-known risk area. And we did this kind of studies in Europe like 30 years ago. And the solution, that's what I wanted to maybe focus on, is that the solution we made the conclusion for us also was that although we find low levels, we should do something about it because we know very little about these occupational limits. They might be wrong. So we have decided to give the petrol station workers other tasks to do. So what do we do? The customers fill the engines themselves. They fill that is a solution because then there's so very, very tiny exposure for each person. So that can be maybe not so expensive for the petrol stations. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I just had a suggestion or comment for Professor Michael. If it would be possible to show us a demonstration of that vapor recovery system, a picture, just a picture to see the visuality of that. Yeah. I would say it's a comment or suggestion that if it's possible, for you to show us a picture of that vapor recovery system you're explaining about.
Oh, the vapor recovery.
Yes, for visuality. Yes, thank you.
Okay, we can take another question and then we'll be time for discussion.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Lusungu Lupenza, B-Farm 4 student here at MUHAS. I have two questions, mainly directed to Mr. Olana. So the first question, I want to know what is done by the locals in Ethiopia to protect themselves against respiratory symptoms related to occupational exposure. I want to know, what do locals in Ethiopia? I want to know I want to know what do local people in Ethiopia do to protect themselves from respiratory symptoms related to occupational exposures. I want not just to know from your experience, how do Ethiopian locals, what do they do to protect themselves? And to the second question relates to the first question in some way, because here in Tanzania we have the practice that most of locals exposed to the occupations with high respiratory symptoms exposure do drink fresh milk maybe from doing their work, but I don't know how is it approved scientifically, but it is the practice that is done. Even Professor, while presenting his keynote, said locals in Kiwila maybe they are working in coal mines, and after working in the coal mines they just take fresh milk believing that it might help them. I wanted to know, maybe is it done also in Ethiopia maybe, or other areas apart from Tanzania, and what do you say about those local strategies used by the local people in the population to prevent themselves?
Thank you very much for the presentations. I really love all the two presentations. Now to Araso, I did not very much like the way you compared your findings from Ethiopia and Germany and Sweden. I think you should compare countries that are more or less similar. In Sweden and Germany, you have different technologies in the way they produce their tissue papers and the like. For Professor Michael, I really enjoyed your presentation. Now, I was wondering whether the exposure risk is the same throughout the day, or maybe in tropical areas like Tanzania, we have more exposure risk during the afternoon hours when there's so much heat, meaning there's much more evaporation and the like. The other issue is on your second recommendation on the vapor recovering systems. What have you done with this in terms of informing the government on the importance of this? Because we have we have mushrooming of petrol stations. Every other 3 or 2 kilometers you find a petrol station mushrooming. Now, that means even the whole area is contaminated, not just the area around the stations. So I would wish you to do something about the recommendations, especially the second one, so that the government takes it up and do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Casey. So we'll have last two questions because of the time.
Yeah.
You want to go first? Okay, so we have last two questions. Yeah? So we have several, I think this session has attracted several, but what should I do? We have several people that need to talk. Okay, I think, who's going first? No? And then here. Okay, then we have the last one here. So you go first, and then we have the last one here.
Thank you. My name is Muhimbili, the student at Muhimbili. Just like a comment to Dr. Michael Sullivan. Actually, he has such an amazing presentation. I actually like it. But I would like to advise him to find some solutions, especially to this this use in Tanzania, commonly known as boda, because they are actually exposed to these methanes and ethanes. So if it's possible, you can find all solutions to these people called boda. They are exposed to also these methanes and the ethanes as driving those motorcycles all the day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Susan, my name is Simon, and I'm very impressed with your presentation. I'm here. Yes. Yeah, my concern is on the vapor recovery system. If you have visited the petrol station, you can find a number of pipes that have been installed from fuel storage tank underground, so that the tanks can breathe out the vapor. So my concern is, should we prohibit those elongated pipes from storage tank, or should we advise otherwise? Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's time to get the responses, so you can go ahead. It's up to you.
I didn't get all the questions, but I'm going to do my best. Regarding what they did in Europe, that's a good example, teachable moment. There are 3 ways to protect a worker. We could do administrative controls, PPE, or the third one, which I always forget. And the thing is, you want to do something, the best way to do it is not make the worker do it. Engineering controls. If you make the worker do something, they're oftentimes not going to do it to protect themselves. So administrative control, where you're changing the time of how long a person works at the pump, is a good idea, but then you need to enforce that, right? If I put on a unit that stops the vapor from coming out, the worker doesn't have to change their practices. My experience as an industrial hygienist has been that if I can find a solution that doesn't require me to change the worker, it allows the solution to be more effective. It's not that that's not a good answer, because administrative controls is a good thing, changing the timing. But if I have a better one where I can engineer the exposure away, that would be my preference. However, in the meantime, that would be an excellent suggestion, is go in and try and do administrative controls to get workers to decrease the amount of time they're actually out at the pumps until such time that we can do something else. There seem to be a couple questions about vapors from the facility overall. In a community where there's a petrol station nearby, there are vapors coming out of the tanks on the ground and vapors coming out of the cars that are getting refilled. And those vapors are in the community. And my guess would be, if you had a sensitive methodology, you could go into the neighboring businesses or homes or properties, and you would be able to measure those chemicals. Now, all I can tell you, I'm familiar with what we do in California, is that those tanks have to be vented, otherwise the pressure can destroy the tank. And so they have carbon canisters at the top of those vents to capture any vapor coming off. And so that would that would be a solution to the problem of venting the tanks. Because when those tanks are almost empty and the truck comes and fills those tanks are filled with vapor. And that vapor is being pushed out into the atmosphere. And so a carbon canisters at the top of those vents would allow the pressure to remain appropriate without releasing those chemicals to the environment. And there was something else, I don't know if I remembered, the other question. Say it again, I'm sorry. Oh, different times during the day. There's a huge amount of variability in the sampling, I admit that. In fact, if you do sampling and don't see a lot of variability, you're probably not doing your sampling right. Variability is inherent in environmental sampling. When I first when we first started doing it, I was thinking we have to go to the same gas station because they're putting the gasoline in. And then I realized I was wrong. The vapor in the car is not from the gasoline going in. The vapor from the car is from the gasoline already in the car, which could have come from anywhere. And so if you have random cars coming to the station, then the vapor is coming from random gasoline stations of N-hexane, benzene, and toluene at ambient temperatures in Dar es Salaam is pretty high anyway. So now if I was in California up in the mountains and it was 0 degrees, then it would be different. But I don't think here there's probably that much of a difference. Remember, they're all Rauch's law is based on the mole percentage in the mixture and the vapor pressure. And so temperature would affect it, but it's going to still volatilize till you get to saturation. And so the temperature would have, very low temperatures would affect it, but once it volatilizes, it's in the atmosphere. The one thing that we did monitor was wind speed. Because if you're standing there and the wind is blowing by you, essentially now you're pushing those hydrocarbons away. And so on very, very windy days, we didn't sample, and on very, very still days, we didn't sample. There's an average wind speed in Dar es Salaam. I don't remember what it is, but we we picked days where the wind was pretty normal, just to get a sense of what the exposures were, because that's what typically would happen, right? In a really windy day, the exposures would be down. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you for your comments and the questions. The question raised about the comparing with Western, especially European in research industries. What is we challenged? We acknowledged in our findings why we are comparing with European countries, and also in the future to work on developing countries. Especially, we didn't have exposure limit value for pepper dust exposures. Then in our finding, we suggest the Ministry of Labor in context of Ethiopia as a policymaker is the Ministry of Labor and the skill to plan to include in occupational health and safety guidelines such issues is we recommend. That's the right question. The other is raised from my brothers. If I understand his questions, the one is about the exposure issue recommendation, milk related. Yes, it is about the milk recommendation. Traditionally, yes, traditionally Ethiopia there is in some industries, those industries had high exposure dust. They recommend milk as a prevention strategies. Because I was a labor inspector before joining university lecturer, I know that the behavior of the industries. So they recommend milk as a prevention strategy in their collective bargaining. In their collective bargaining, they include milk as prevention, but that is wrong. It is not recommended as a prevention strategies for prevention and control system, milk, giving milk for workers. Instead, we advise that workers, employers to apply the hierarchical hazard control starting from elimination or substitution, if depending on the context of the exposure, or engineering control and administration, and lastly, providing personal protective equipment. Instead of giving the milk, scientifically it is not advised, but nutritionally it has a balanced diet. We can give as a food or as a benefit, not as a prevention control system. The exposure issues, maybe I don't know if you understand, the other is exposure is we have different exposure limits as national. We are adopted from different international organizations like ILO and the OSHA America. But we have the gaps as a country level. Not all exposure limit values set for all exposures. That is a gap. But as Professor Wagari raised, and there is a challenge, but there is on the development, there is a progress. We include by research and others, by communicating, we improve the problems, if I understand your question. Thank you very much.
Can I say 15 seconds? By the way, there's an interesting lesson in this story. What did they put, what was in gasoline before they added benzene? Does anyone know? What was in gasoline before? Lead, thank you very much. So lead was added to gasoline to make it combust stronger. And lead is toxic, and so all the exhaust from all the cars were spewing lead in all the cities. So they got rid of the lead. That's a good thing. And what did they add? Benzene. And so now we have a different exposure. So the lesson is, when you're trying to make things better, make sure you're really thinking about all the possibilities. So that we solved one problem, but we may have created a different one. So thank you again.
We have just one last question, burning question. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Caroline. I have actually two small questions. The first one is, I was very interested on why you chose the volatile hydrocarbons, the ones that you were saying, the three. But also, from your research, I'm sure you discussed a lot with the workers. What are the issues that they were reporting that are linked to your finding, the three volatile hydrocarbons? What are the issues? Thank you.
We, the initial work that was done, all we did was interview the workers just to get general characteristics: age, how long they work, how many years they've worked, had they worked, if they worked there 2 years, what did they do before? We didn't get into asking about health problems. One of my recommendations would be, I think this is a population worthy of investigation. I'm hoping some of my colleagues here in the department might look at securing funding to move forward and maybe investigate, because there's a lot. There's probably thousands of young women in Dar es Salaam and surrounding areas that worked at petroleum stations. And now that we know some of the exposures and we know some of the health effects with those chemicals, I think a study could be designed to look at that. Did I answer your question? Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Sullivan and Russell. Yeah, can we have a round of applause, please? Yeah. And we are still here, so if you need more discussion while we're taking our lunch, we can still discuss these studies. So because of the time now, I'll hand over to Helen.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our presenter. That was very interesting. I would have loved to tell you to stand up and stretch once again, but then time goes. Just stretching without bringing anybody else in. You can stand and stretch while the next chair is coming. I'd like to welcome Dr. Gloria Sakwari, is the next chair. She's the one who is standing between us and the lunch. So let's look at her so intently so that she will take the time wisely. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm happy to say that this session is going to also be interesting because we have PhD candidates. Well, maybe some of them are soon to be done. And then we have an experienced doctor, medical doctor in issues of occupational health, who will deliver their abstracts, their presentation. Would like to say that we're going to hear a presentation from Saum Shabani. And this is on safety climate and occupational injuries in iron and steel industries in Tanzania. So please, she'll do it quick. Karibu.
Asante.
Not me either.
Good afternoon. My name is Saum. I'm going to present a part of my PhD with the title of Safety, Climate and Occupational Injury in Iron and Steel Industry in Tanzania. So working in the iron and steel industry, at be in a risk of fatal and non-fatal injuries due to the nature of steel making, which it involves a lot of mechanical equipment and the use of energy-intensive processes, which resulted to the hazard related to accidents, such as high temperature, high noise, working at confined, working at height. All these predispose the worker to the fatal and non-fatal injury. The iron and steel industry globally have been reported to have high prevalence of occupational injury, which is 55%, which is higher than the global injury which have been reported by ILO, and this is due to the nature of iron making processes. In Tanzania, study published in 2025 reported of the prevalence of 65.1%, which is higher than the global prevalence of occupational injury, and this is attributed by working condition within this industry. Majority of the workers, they just involved manually in iron making processes, and also majority of the workers, they have low socioeconomic status, such as low level of education, which also make them to underestimate the risk and hence predispose them to occupational injury. The high rate of occupational injury in this industry reported to be attributed to poor occupational health and safety implementation at the workplace, and we don't know why there is poor implementation of occupational health and safety, regardless of having the police, laws and regulation, and even the ILO, they have this act which is known Safety Practice on Iron and Steel. So recently the Tanzania government wanted to invest more in manufacturing industry for economic growth. So we can't leave behind the growth of iron and steel industry, as we know that this is the mother of the other industry in terms of raw material, because some of industries such as construction industry, they just depend the raw material from iron and steel industry. Even automobile industry, they just depending their material from iron and steel industry. And even when you compare the term of development of the country, also you have to consider the consumption of the iron and steels. So it is crucial to concentrate on this industry and work to prevent occupational injury due to the larger workforce. So we need to conduct the study so as to understand the working condition and then to come up with the measure to prevent the occupational injury in this industry. So we need to understand the perception of the worker on availability, safety policy, procedure, practice within the workplace, which in nutshell is safety climate. By definition, safety climate refers to shared perception of the group of workers regardless to policy, procedure, and the practice of safety within the workplace. So this study aims to assess the level of safety climate and the association with occupational injury among workers in iron and the steel industry. So the objective is to assess the level of safety climate among workers in iron and steel industry and to determine the relationship between safety climate and the occupational injury. So this was a cross-sectional study conducted in 2022, consulted 321 iron and steel industry workers and the 50 managers or supervisors were involved in this study. And the eligibility was being worker in production line for the employee and working for 1 year and above and age 18 and above. So Swahili version of NOSAC 50 questionnaire was used. This NOSAC 50 is a questionnaire which have been developed in Nordic, and this is a tool which used to diagnose the safety with the safety climate within the workplace. So this questionnaire consists of 50 questions, and this question have been grouped into 7 dimensions. And these 7 dimensions have been grouped into 2 categories. The one is used to assess the organization safety, and the second one is used to assess the safety management within the workplace. So in this question, in this dimension tend to consist different questions, which went from 9 questions to 6 questions. And this question, they've been formulated in positive worded and negative worded. And these questions are measured in Likert scale, which is disagree, strong agree, agree, strong disagree, and disagree. So it have been measured in 1 to 4, basing on the nature of the question. So after collecting those information, so you have to calculate the average of the score. As I said that the safety climate is used to measure, it's used to represent the group's perception of the worker within the workplace. So we need to calculate first the mean, basing on the question in a given dimension, and then you find the means within the dimension. So this score have been grouped into 4, which is low, fair good, and good. So if the worker score less than 2.7, this is regarded as low, and when the worker scored to 2.7 to 2.99, this is regarded fair low. And if the worker scored to greater than 3.3, is regarded as a good. So statistical package for social science was used to assess, and the continuous variables were described by using mean and the standard deviation, and the categorical variable have been described by proportional. Also, we used Mann-Whitney test to assess the comparison of the score between manager and the employee. And why Mann-Whitney? Because this data were not normally distributed, so we used this Mann-Whitney test to assess the comparison. Also, we assess the predictor of occupational injury by using multivariate logistic regression. So this is a result. This is a social demographic characteristic where we use the chi-square and the Fisher exact to identify the relationship or the comparison between this manager and the employee, and we found that there is a significant difference in terms of education, where most of the managers they have education they have secondary education and above, And also we found the significant difference in terms of working years, which we found that majority of the workers, they just worked for 1 to 4 years. So this is the score value of safety climate. As you can see, the results show that majority the results show that manager score high than the employee. As you can see, about 4 dimensions, the manager score higher than the employee. And this can be explained based on their role. As we know that this employee, they are just working in production line. And when you come to the manager, they just want to talk good depending on the, to enhance their company. So, for example, when I'm describing this, maybe management safety priority and this is a dimension which focuses to assess if the company have been focused either to safety or production. So according to score, this shows that most of the managers score less compared to workers. That means that the company focused more in production than safety issues. And when we come to management safety empowerment, the result shows that the managers score higher than the workers. And in this dimension, it's used to assess if this company tends to empower the worker in terms of safety, either by involving them in training or by involving them in decision-making based on safety. And also, in worker safety commitment, the result shows that the managers score low than the workers. But this means that there is a poor safety within the organization, because when you are talking about safety, the one who is responsible is the management. Because when you are talking about injury, this is a sign of poor safety management within the workplace. So, low score among this dimension to manager, this seems that they do not focus on safety, rather than they just rely on production. So this is the prevalence of occupational injury. The prevalence of occupational injury was higher, and this can be found in this article which I have linked. This is my first paper on occupational injury in iron and steel industry. So maybe for further information, you can go to this article and found. So this is the results of prevalence of occupational injury among workers in iron and steel industry. The prevalence was higher than global prevalence of occupational injury. And when we came to safety climate and occupational injury among the workers, the results show that most of workers with low score on safety climate have been experienced occupational injury. As I told you that safety climate is just the perception on safety within the working place. So if they perceive low, it means that can affect the behavior. And according to different theory, they just explain that most of the injury is due to the results of the behavior. Also, the results show that in dimension 1, 80.4% of workers score low injury, followed by 59.4% of workers who scored fair low, they have been injured. And likewise, in dimension 2, 70.7% scored fair low, they had been injured, similar to 73.3% scored fair low, also they've been injured. So you can see here that most of the workers who score low, they've been injured. Also, this is the results of multivalent logistic regression, and we found that management safety priority and the ability, especially at the category of the law, was the predictor of the occupational injury, followed by management safety justice, also was a predictor of occupational injury. So the safety climate level among workers is low, which represents the poor safety culture in the workplace. Most of workers with low score on safety climate were more likely to experience occupational injury compared to those with higher. And the low score on management safety priority and the ability, and the low score on management safety justice were significant predictor of occupational injury. Based on our findings, there is need for improvement in 5 dimensions of safety climate, which is management must make sure that the priority as the workplace is focused on safety rather than production. Also, management should empower workers in all aspects related to health and safety in the workplace. So doing this will ultimately improve the 5 dimensions of safety climate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Saumu. And now I welcome Michael, also a PhD candidate, and he's going to talk about occupational injuries admitted to an emergency department in 3 hospitals in Ethiopia. Please, I just have to ask you to mind the time because people will think I'm sabotaging their lunch. Thank you.
Okay, really thank you very much for having such type of chances. So my research or my topic focus on occupational injury admitted the, okay. So my research topic focus on occupational injury admitted to the emergency department of 3 hospitals in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So as you know that occupational injury is a global problem actually, but when compared to developing country, those African and Asian countries highly affected compared to those Europe. And occupational injuries alarmingly increase in low-income country. However, it decline in developed country. When we see the Ethiopian context, that overall magnitude of occupational injury is about 40%. Most of the previous study focused on the occupational injury study at workplace. That means through interview of healthy worker about the past 12 months experience of occupational injury. However, occupational injury information from hospital based is very important and crucial to understand the burden of injury in the hospital setup. So our study aimed to determine the characteristics of occupational injury presented in emergency departments. We conducted a cross-sectional study at 3 hospitals. The first 2 hospitals are tertiary hospital in Addis Ababa, and the third hospital is known with high burden of injury in our country context. So we conduct a data collection activity from October to March, and we included all occupational injured patients whose age between 18 and 60 years. And we excluded those individuals who came hospital due to the same case as repeated. What does mean occupational injury in our study context? Any injuries that happen due to their occupation at workplace were included in this study. And we calculated 750 sample size. So we developed a questionnaire based on WHO and ILO recommendation. Those are a manual. So we focus on 2 areas that were collected through interview of patients about the socio-demographic characteristics, their occupation, and accident detail, just after having the right treatment and support in the emergency department. The rest information were collected through with the help of checklist that were adapted from WHO, and we focus on injury detail information, initial clinical assessment, and severity issue, and ICU admission. Severity means that in our study context categorized into 3 main categories. It can be minor, simple injury. It can be moderate, that requires some skill of surgery intervention. And we classified into severe ones that required intensive care, or it can be fatal. It can require sophisticated surgery. And also we included in this context like internal injury, and that may categorize as severe one. So we did we applied all research protocol to collect the data. So finally, we recruited 868 occupational injured participants consecutively, and however, around 48 participants did not agree to participate due to different reasons. As you see from the picture, almost 90% of the participants were male, and when we see the age group, almost more than around 60% were younger age group, younger adult group, that is the age between 18 and 29. When you see their education level, almost more than 1/3 of the participants were below grade level, grade 6 level, and almost half of them single. When we see the family size, almost 2/3 of the participants came from a small size family. That means from 1 to 3 members per household. When we see the sectors, almost the manufacturing sectors were leading cause of hospitalized occupational injury, followed by construction sector. And when we see their ownership, most of the participants came from the private or corporate sectors. And when we see the occupation according to international in the classification of occupation 8, almost more than 1/3 of the participants came from with elementary occupation. And when we see their employment status, 44% of the participants were work with temporary contractual agreements. Regarding their work experience, the median work experience was 3 years with 1 up to 8 years of interquartile ranges. Actually, as you know that young males and those young individuals were highly affected due to occupational injury that was supported by other country study in Turkish and Bahrain. so those construction, manufacturing and the construction sector were also known in other country. And those elementary occupation means that those individuals who engage in heavy duty activity like cleaning, labor, job in the construction, manufacturing, and other activity, highly exposed for occupational injury due to the nature of the work environment and the safety culture on those sectors. When we see the agent, almost 1/3 of the participants started with machine and equipment. Those materials are known with power-driven machine. And when we see their mechanism of injury, almost sharp pointed injury were the most common, followed by fall or crash injury. When you say the accident time, most of the injury were occur during the morning and the afternoon time. This study also supported by other study. Sharp injury are common in different organizations, especially the manufacturing and the construction area. Most of the time use those materials, and those materials lead to injury like important time to cause injury because of mostly the initial time is a cause to injury. When we see the body parts, upper extremity was the most affected body parts compared to the others, and laceration is the leading outcome of injury. And when we see hospitalization, most of the participants treated and discharged on the same day of visiting. When you see the severity, around 20% of the participant injury outcome were severe, and of those there was also death. Out of 868, 20 participants were died, and 8 participants admitted intensive care unit. So this problem is common even in other countries. So most of the time upper extremity have a higher chance to have injury because most of the activity in industry or other sector carried out by hand and finger. So those body parts are highly affected compared to the other due to handling material like machine or sharp tools. And also, when we say the death rate, almost it is consistent with our finding. Others reported similar death rate. So what I conclude from our study, almost 1 of the 5 trauma patients in the emergency department came to due to occupational injury. Male, younger individual, especially from manufacturing and construction sector, were highly affected with injury. Machine and equipment were the most leading agent to cause injury. And when you see the severity, almost 1 of the 5 occupational injuries leads to severe injury outcome. So we highlight that the need of target intervention to prevent those workers, and we have to emphasize the role of hospital, especially in occupational injury data regarding in low-income countries. So I would like to thank you and I acknowledge my supervisor at Addis Ababa University, University of Bergen, safe worker, and hospital administrative and students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Haile Meko. And now I would welcome Dr. Elias Birago. We have 2 Biragos in this house. Dr. Elias Birago from that group, and is going to present to us on traumatic hand injuries and the fate of Tanzanian industrial workers. Be careful, you might think he's repeating the previous presentation because they are almost similar. That's very surprising.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Birago from Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute, that group hospital, previously well known as Tanzania Occupational Health Service. I'll be presenting on traumatic hand injuries and the fates of Tanzanian industrial workers. To begin with, we need to know that the hand is a very complex organ with multiple joints, different types of ligaments, tendons, and nerves, and it is responsible for activities of daily living, making it susceptible to accidents and injuries. And traumatic hand injuries can be caused by different occasions like blunt trauma, falls, crushing trauma, lacerations, punctures, bites, and burns. But when compared to other body parts, upper extremities, that means the arm, the forearm, the wrist, and the hands, are the commonest affected occupational injuries. And that is to say that traumatic hand injuries can result in significant anatomical and functional impairment. Now, looking from the WCF guidelines on assessment of permanent impairment and disability, we have got different amputation levels that can occur during activities, different activities that we do in our day-to-day activities in the industries. It can be from the upper arm, the forearm, the hand itself, the thumb, and the index or other fingers, like the pictures that you can see there. It's just the summary of what I'm trying to say. But here, I'm trying to give you the scope of the problem that has been said in the previous, when Professor Bente was giving her keynote speech. She was talking about this, the magnitude of the problem, and the problem is real big. The numbers are great, and they are sometimes can be underestimated due to various reasons. Maybe it can be inadequate reporting or notification system at all levels of development, but may also be particularly problematic in some developing countries, including Tanzania. In our day-to-day medical practice here in the country, we know that in our regional hospitals, district hospitals, we don't have any integration between OHS services and the primary health care. That being the case, it means there might be some patients who are missed. They may present with occupational injuries, but they may not be covered in our data. That means we have underestimated numbers of these injuries in our country. Now, what is the situation in the country? During the past few years here in the country, we experienced that we were in the Tanzania ya viwanda. And now, together with other steadily growing economic sectors such as construction, mining, and agriculture, it means that we have more number of employees who are exposed to occupational hazards and risks. And these numbers are limited because we have limited publications about workers, about work-related injuries in the country. The study that was done in 2021 by Shewio and others published about work-related injuries that were reported by the Workers' Com in Tanzania from the 2016 to 2019. But in our hospital, that is Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute Dark Group Hospital, we are able to collect data from the year 2019 up to the year 2024, and the data collection is now ongoing. We haven't stopped collecting this data. So you can see in the year 2019, we collected about 398 patients who were injured at workplaces. And in the year 2024, the number went as high as 1,797. It's huge numbers, almost more than 5 times compared to the year that we started this data collection. And the data collection was collected from the occupational injury survey tool that we have in our Department of Occupational Health Services. And there are no, in these findings that are preliminary, we didn't like to put any workplace identifiers to ensure confidentiality. And most of the patients who were included in this survey were those who presented in our hospital and they were receiving treatment under Workers' Compensation Fund. So here I would like to share some preliminary results for high-risk industries and workers. The total number of patients that were attended for all the period of study was 6,800 patients, and the maximum age was 68 and the minimum age was 17. Now here you can see the issue of underage working. And the majority, that was 38%, were young, between the age of 18 and 25. And among all participants, 87.4 were males and 13.6 were females. 54 had upper limb injuries. That you can see it is more than half of the number of all patients that were included in this study that were having the upper limb injuries. The remaining percentage was for injuries for other body parts. And among all participants, majority, that was 44%, were employed in the manufacturing industry, and many of them were the machine operators. This went in line with other studies that were done. For instance, the study that was done by Shawio in 2021. They had almost similar findings with the ones that I have been presenting. Now here, I need to show you some outcome of traumatic hand injuries to these workers. Brothers and sisters, the pictures that you are going to see will have some blood content. So viewers' discretion is advised on the attached photographs. And I would like also to alert you that these pictures were not downloaded from the internet. These are real pictures that we take from our patients when we attend them. So to begin with, here are some various amputation levels that I was talking about when I was starting my presentation. You can see from your right, this worker came presenting in our hospital with the whole of the forearm amputated. You can see the middle picture there, the whole of the thumb was amputated, and the other picture, the tip of the thumb was the part that was completely amputated. And all these were the machine operators. You didn't include any picture that included conveyance or road traffic accidents. You can see the case of open wounds here. These are the wounds that we always see when dealing with these workers from various industries. Now, if this is the picture, we'll have a discussion afterwards on how are we going to protect the workforce from being with disability after being chopped by the machines. These are other pictures. They vary from burns, contusions, lacerations, fractures, and the like. I would like not to spend more time on these pictures because I can see some facial expression from other people that they don't like to see the pictures. But why do I project these pictures? I need you all to have the hands-on experience and to understand that our workers are in great trouble. If this is your brother, your sister, your son, or any of the relatives being with this kind of situation, how are you going to help? Is that my job? Is this your job? Now it's the matter for discussion. And the impact of traumatic hand injuries, being the commonest at the workplace, they also have big impact on workers' compensation claims. And we spend a lot of money trying to recover from injuries or losses from treatment, rather than using the money to invest and expand our businesses. However, these injuries are leading to absenteeism at work, loss of productivity, reduction of the quality of work, permanent disability, and bad corporate image, and further non-compliance to HS Act. So I'm throwing back the question to you. What does it mean when you have high rates of occupational injuries? What is the role of the tripartite approach? What is the role of the government? Are they here? What is the role of the employers? The role of trade unions? The role of you and me on prevention of these occupational injuries? You are the ones who are going to give the answers, I'm not the one. So to conclude, traumatic hand injuries result in significant anatomic and functional impairment, and mostly affected, as we have seen in the data, are the young productive age group. Development on appropriate strategies to prevent both temporary and permanent disability in Tanzania workforce is needed. There is a need for safe hands awareness and education campaign to help workers and employers grasp the importance of hand protection. We recommend that the main message of this presentation is prevention of occupational injuries. It is possible, whether those might be punctures, cuts, impacts, or others. Here again, as my previous speakers said, we have the role of safety culture among workers. So health and safety culture among both workers and employers is vital in order to prevent workforce with disability. Thank you.
Thank you, Birago, for a nice presentation. And as I said before, you would have think that they were working in the same data set, the previous speaker and the last speaker. But this one is from Ethiopia and the other one is from Tanzania. So as he posed the question, it is between me and you and those who are responsible. Now, as one of the speakers said, when we talk about occupational health and safety, we are not talking only about the health of the workers, but also what surrounds us. Now, I welcome Dr. Geoffrey Swai, to present to us something to do with stunting and how should we eradicate stunting. So this is, as we are going for lunch, you can think about how should you handle your meals and how should the children handle their meals and how should workforce handle their children so that we can prevent stunting. Thank you. Karibu.
My name is Godfrey Swai. I thank God to be here. And I was here 50 years ago as a medical student. So I'm really fascinated. Thank you. And I'm really excited by this new arrangement of Sweden, Ethiopia, and Dar es Salaam. Ya leo tarehe 27. Okay.
No,
29. Ile ya mwisho kuna ina text. Yeah. Yes. Norway. And you are talking of very exciting things, collaboration, research. It was not there before. And then there is also some funding behind from outside and very little from inside. And then there is a lot of initiative of doing research here. And we had the initiative when we were a medical student, but we didn't have the support. So I want to take you through something that I've probably experienced for the rest of my life. How do I go now? Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. So we have, nutrition is a crisis, you know. And stunting is an even greater crisis. We have no clear definition of nutrition and health and the difference between nutrition and health, but we know nutrition is central to health. And in my experience, they have not been working together. And then malnutrition has not very clear definition. It is statistical. And then stunting falls as the most prevalent part of malnutrition. And then there are initiatives. There is a lot of funding going to combat malnutrition all over the world. And then we say we are reducing stunting. Then we say we are accelerating, more money comes in. Then we said we are ending, no more money comes in. Then we say we are eliminating. But really stunting has not changed, as we shall see in this presentation. Now the connection between occupational health and malnutrition, I will take this age dependence ratio. And then I've come up with the age dependence ratio under stunting. And I'll just conclude to say what is the role now of occupational health in stunting. So this is the world population on the left. And everybody is here. And this is for 2025. We are 8.23 billion. And I'm sure all you know the population pyramid. But on the left, I put the 5 age groups. And then this is for 100 years. So we are talking of the current population with everybody for the past 500. And this is available in the website. And it's, of course, on 5-year age groups. I put up above 65 and below 15. And in the middle, we have the working force, which is of interest to all of us. And then we have the age dependence ratio for the world is 53%. Okay? This is standard, it's been everywhere. But on the right, you can go into the tables and find out at each year, a cohort of 4 years, how many people were stunted. So the yellow are stunted population for every age group from today, and you can go backwards to 100 years. So, very important thing, 2022 under ICD, we now know that stunting is critical in the first 1,000 years of life. After that, you have irreversible impairment of growth and irreversible impairment of cognition, thinking. And if this impairment, if you have read about this stunting syndrome, you will not be productive economically, you will be sick throughout your life, and this population has been included as a workforce without accounting for the stunting, because you cannot really contribute to the economy. So if we discount yellow and we remain with the green in between and find out who are the really fit and competent people to run the world, we find that the age dependence ratio minus the stunting is 134%. Okay? So really, the world economy is on strain. If you have a dependence ratio above 100, yeah, you have few people taking care of too many dependents. Now, but all this could be done if we could eradicate stunting in the first 1,000 days of life, which is only 2 years. And we make sure that we take care of pregnancy and we take care of the newborn before the daughter. After that, then there will be no stunting at all. And all the yellow will disappear. So this is the world population. Now, that is Europe. Dependence ratio, normally 56. But there is stunted. If you discount for stunting, then you end up with a ratio of 82. And the total number of people who are stunted comes to 48%. Just to tell you, the total number of people stunted in the world is 2.6 billion out of 8.2 billion, which is about 32%. For Europe, if we have such a no stunting, very little stunting, then you are surely everybody contributes to the economy. Now, we go quickly, let's go to Africa. If you go to all the literature, ratio is 74. And all the yellow is stunting. And the green one are the people who can contribute. And now, dependence ratio is 207. You know what it means? Yeah? Economically, you can't grow. You have to get rid of stunting in the first 1,000 days to grow. And the number of people stunted in Africa is 300, almost 400 billion. That is Africa. And this is also Asia. For practical purposes, there is no stunting in Europe. And the difference between Africa and Europe is how the number of stunting in the working group. So let's come to Tanzania, okay? Our ratio is 83. If you go to the census of 22, you find this 8. But when you go, you discount for the stunting, you find that it's 248, okay? And 29 million Tanzanian today out of 70 are stunted, okay? And this thing, if you want to do it, you start for first 1,000 days. And this is a few people, a mother and a child that is chronically malnourished. And finally, the highest stunting in Tanzania is in Iringa region. They are now 57.6%. And the last census, they were 40, the prevalence. And then that is 2015, but it's now 2022, it is running to 60. So, if you look into the census report, dependent ratio 72, and they say if it's below 100, it's very good. But if you discount for stunting, it is 355. And they have a population of 1.2 and 20 over. This is wrong. It's about 660,000 persons in Iringa region are stunted. So I'm just concluding to say that stunting is entirely preventable, right? But if you have a working force, like in Iringa, to take care of all the population, you cannot improve stunting. Because our approach to stunting is traditional. It doesn't look at the 1,000 days, actually. We just say everybody stunted is cared for, and we forgot about the pregnant mother who has to take care of the infant and the brain that needs nutrition in the first 1,000 years so that the brain grows by 80% at the end of this period. So, for your concern, and then there has been also a remark here. We need to organize occupation of this green, say in Iringa, in such a way that they can support to eradicate stunting in the first 1,000 days and find out how best to deal with the stunted, because they are still alive, they are still working. So if we have stunting, you'll have poverty, you'll have hunger, SDG 3, SDG 4, 5, and all of them will not be responsive. In other words, without eradicating stunting, forget about development. Why? Because your workforce is so small and is taking care of so many. Now, stunting is intergenerational, okay? This is what's happening in Iringa. Because they get grants, there are a lot of support, but really, they have not broken the cycle from the bottom. And also taking targeted. And if you want to do it, you do it at the ground level. And you take care of the workforce. And the experts for the workforce are people dealing with occupational health. I think there was a remark here. Occupational health is broad. It doesn't really, how much now does a stunted family need occupational health in order first to support, grow out or eradicate stunting. Now the resources for stunting are minimal. Returns on stunting, $1 invested in stunting in the first 1,000 of days of life will give a return of $23 because this person is going to be productive for the next 72 years. So I think there are tools, there are research methodologies, and we have probably with this collaborative initiative, it is possible within limited resources to really reverse the whole equation. But the way we have been doing it traditionally, it is not possible. In fact, the medical people have not been addressing the area of dependency. Politicians need to know that this is the way out. Not only politicians, actually. This is also a North and South global understanding that the first 1,000 days are very critical. In terms of the medical people, 1,000 days appeared in 2010. It's when the discussion started. In fact, stunting appeared a little bit earlier. And in 2022, stunting, the cognitive impairment of stunting became part of international classification of diseases. Otherwise, before, it was not actually coded. And you could not, and I could not, speak or read any record on stunting. Now, the implementation of ICD 11 started on 2022. In most African countries, Ethiopia, I'm sure Tanzania, I hope maybe Norway has now adopted the new 11. So thank you very much. The burden for proof is on occupational health people to guide how we can emerge out of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swai. I believe everybody is thinking, and for us lecturers, we are like, okay. And for those people in occupational health, we are like, So, yani everybody yuko, naomba niongee Kiswahili, everybody yuko kwenye catastrophic thinking. Like, what should we do? Naomba niwakaribishe wote to present. All those who are presented this time, please come forward so that we can receive questions. Birago, please. Okay. I welcome questions. I don't see hands. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kiangwe Wambura. I'm not actually having a question, but I'm just trying to throw something on ground for all of us. What we have received the presentation, we see we have policies, we have guidelines, we have roles, but the actual show that occupational disease and the injuries are high, meaning that we need to do something beyond those tools. I caught Professor Mamuya said implementation, and I had another presenter saying implementation. So what we are lacking actually is the implementation. With my experience, I saw people saying, literally, safety is the first, but in practice is not the first. It is the first in the words, but is not the first in practice. So for that matter, I think we need a mechanism that will put safety first in practice. A few days ago, I visited a certain workplace. It houses about 7,000 employees altogether. 7,000. Since WCF have been in the land, it only have some 50-something incident, 50-something, and it is a mining. I asked them, how did you manage this? They said to us, safety is first. And when we went through, we saw really safety is first for them. And that is the only, if we can have a mechanism from the manufacturing industry, as we saw the data, the manufacturing is leading for injuries now. Can we come up with a solution or a mechanism to put safety first in the manufacturing as an implementation, not words? Just that. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question, please. Also, there's another question. Let him ask, and then you come here.
Good afternoon. I go by the name Junior Mtendechi from Arthur University, and I have about 2 questions. The first questions goes to the guys who have done their research on hospitals. Based from the data that they have provided, where the injured workers provided with PPEs, I would like to know that. And the last question goes to all the presenters. Do they really think that the management system is aware about the importance of occupational health and safety? Because we're talking about workers getting injured, but we have not been provided with any data showing that the management system is really aware about the importance of occupational health and safety. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon all. I'll just speak on the 2 hospital-based studies from Ethiopia and Tanzania. Actually, it seems very alarming that besides all the effort that we have done in our countries, having regulatory institutions, still occupational injuries are occurring, and they are not preventable. If you go back to the literature, we are saying that if we need to either do administratively or do it as in an engineering process. And third one is PPE. It seems that all the 3 issues have failed. And in that case, the regulatories have not been played their part, and we depend on the Workers' Compensation Fund. For that situation, if it is still going, the compensation fund will go bankrupt, because we are not preventing incidents as we have been learned in our schools, and the regulatory system which is required
non-compliance is still existing to various institutions that industries that our Tanzanians are operating. And if you look on the age group that are more affected, you find as they are younger ones, 18 to 35. These are very young junior. They need to work until 65 years of age in the industry sector. But if the situation is that what we are seeing in your presentation, we are seeing that we will have more disabled people at their older age, non-productive, dependent, and we find them in the street with amputated arms and etc. So my issue here is, did you go further to see what are the critical steps that our regulatory agencies in our two countries have done to make sure that we reduce the number of people who are armly amputated and all these type of occupational injuries that are occurring? The situation since here is very alarming and very discouraging that despite all these government efforts that we are doing, we are not still protecting our people. Do you think the other issue is, do you think that from your findings, we have a modernized industrialization or still have old Stone Age industries? Because there are some of the industries that are moved from well-developed countries to low-level developing countries because of the cheap labor and etc. And these injuries are also injurious to our people. And the last one is, how do you take us now to policy, from a policy brief that will inform our government officials how our people are suffering from these industries? Thank you.
Thank you, Birago. Hey, there is a, okay.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Caroline Baraza. I have, I can't say a question, but maybe I'm just thinking out loud from the presentation that Mr. Godfrey has made. It made me think, because I'm looking at the stunting problem, and I see, because now we are being employed, we're being paid, we have families, we have kids, and I can see this problem now coming all the way from how we feed our kids. Because when we get our salaries, we have a lot of priorities. Maybe we want to build, we want to buy cars, etc. So I'm looking at this, and allow me to use your experience to be enlightened. Is there a way that employers can really control how we employees use our salary as well to have healthy dieties at home? Is there a way that we can control that? I'm just thinking out loud. Thank you.
Okay, due to the issue of time, I think we can have this one hand and then we are done, because otherwise you'll have dinner and not lunch. I'm sorry for that. I know everybody wants to ask questions, but those are many questions and we need to take that round. Please make it short. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Yes, my name is Kola Odeyo. I'm from the Judiciary of Tanzania. I have a question, a very small question. As we have learned here, the risk is high. There are a lot of impact that happens to the workers. My question is, what are the practical actions that has been done so far as non-compliance with the occupational health? I am aware that we have laws, principal legislation, and also we have laws that governs the same. But so far, where are we and where are we going? Because the situation is bad. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll take this round, and I think one question is going to be answered by someone out of this panel. Okay.
Yes, thank you. There are so many questions that were said who are presenting from hospital settings. So I'll respond to some of the questions and my colleague will respond to others. The first question was asking if the injured employees were having PPEs. In our occupational injury survey tool that you are having at the Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute Dark Group Hospital, we collect a lot of data, and PPE being one of them. It was not included in the findings because this is a much bigger study. Later on, we'll include findings including if the worker was having PPE or not, if it was daytime or nighttime, and things like that. But my colleague will also say something about this. Thank you.
Really, thank you very much for your issues that are important to understand about occupational injury. So, unfortunately,
Hi, we have been having wonderful sessions of learning today. We had a story from Ethiopia, stories from Tanzania, stories from California, on matters regarding occupational health and safety. What did you get from all those presentations?
First of all, this is a very important symposium today, where a lot of experts, occupational health and safety experts have met, and we have seen how they have contributed to the power of knowledge in our country. But it's a good platform for dissemination, and it's a good thing that we had a collaboration with all these countries here. And a big takeaway is decent work is very important, and we really need to accommodate it in our plan in the workplaces. But it's important that we protect these workers. Sure. We have learned a lot from the presentations. Workers are exposed with a lot of substances, and these people need protection. Yeah. And we as experts, now is our role that we have to come in front and protect the workers. Yeah. So today we have witnessed the role of research and the power of dissemination. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very interesting when Professor Simon Mamuya asked a question to the audience. You have been doing a lot of research. We have piles of publications in our offices.
Yeah, yeah.
What have we done to make sure that the community we are serving is informed and action is taken?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's a challenge that all scientists have to embrace. And it's a call for action now.
Yeah.
For funders, for policymakers, to make sure that information we have in the shelves is really helping people. But
Yeah.
Otherwise, research is for nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
We have testimonies. Imagine people from Ethiopia and people from Tanzania reporting the similar problems.
Very similar.
Very similar problems.
Even
and,
the percentages and what, more likely the same. Yeah.
Yes. And being the southern part of Africa countries, we have a lot to do. However, the occupational health and safety is a little bit young in these countries.
Yeah.
As you have seen from the keynote speeches, that discussions started in the early 90s, and actions started in early 2000s. Yeah. So we are young. That's why when we had a presentation from a guy from California, there were interventions in the ground.
Yeah.
When we saw people being exposed to those hydrocarbons, they are already doing something, because to them occupational health and safety have been there for some time, and the public is now informed, and they are now demanding. But for us, the public is not that much informed, so they can't demand for our service. So there is something we need to do actually.
Yeah, basically, we have to really try to translate our research in a very simple language that our politician can understand. Yeah, we are really supposed to translate even in our languages, so that at least we disseminate the results in a very simple way to workers and keep on. So it's best we do what we can do now the best and keep on educating the workers.
Yeah, maybe next time, the next symposium, we should not be about disseminating the science.
What should we do then?
I think we should be disseminating policy briefs.
Because we have a lot. We have done a lot, yeah.
Telling politicians and the policymakers what do people want.
Yeah.
I think that will be helpful because these sciences, sometimes it's difficult for lay people to understand.
Yeah.
Because we are speaking scientific language.
So what presentation was of interest for you this day?
I think what caught me much is a presentation. There are actually two.
Okay.
One is that real life data from the Dar Group Hospital, because that's not a study. It's a report of what is really happening in the hospitals. People going to hospitals after injuries. And we were seeing thousands. It's really scary seeing thousands in a period of short duration, people reporting to hospitals with all those injuries. And another presentation which was interesting, the city of Dar es Salaam is, we are normally complaining of the increasing traffic, but we never thought of people who fills our cars. Those people are inhaling gases which are unfortunately carcinogenic or having nephrotoxic.
So the hydrocarbon is a very big challenge now, and we really need to look at it closely.
Yeah, and luckily those station owners, they have money. So if we give them what they're supposed to do to protect their workers, maybe.
I think it will work.
Yes,
I think it will work.
Yeah.
So this was the best dissemination today.
It was fantastic.
And the other thing which impressed me today is a success story of the project, Safe Workers Project, where these three people, Professor Mamuya, Professor Bente and Wagari from Ethiopia, Bente from Norway, and Begen, University of Begen, and Mamuya from Muhimbili University, they have laid a good foundation to us. So the lifetime award is very impressive. And we have seen, they have explained the milestones, which are very important to understand today. So my urge today for scientists, occupational health scientists and public health people, is to make follow-up.
Yeah, actually they are retiring
on
with
research.
legacy.
Yes. Can we please read these papers? They are available in the internet, in the PubMed, Google Scholar. Please let's improve our knowledge and read this research so that when we meet next time, we have things now we can put forward. We have good recommendations, because one of the challenges that if we can't put good and proper recommendation for specific workplaces, then it will be difficult.
Yeah.
But we really need to put this recommendation into practice so that we can protect the
I
workers.
think that symposium on policy briefs might be important.
Very important.
And the whole symposium have to be in Swahili.
In
and
Swahili,
we have to invite public.
Yeah, and
so we have
think,
to look for a big audience, invite people, invite media, and we speak in a lay language.
Simple language. Yeah, simple
so that
language.
People, maybe if for now it's scientists who makes noise. So let's change in that direction.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the public that is supposed to be making noise for politicians and policymakers to act.
Yeah. So our take is to protect the workers.
Yes, exactly.
So we really need to shout.
Yeah.
And
And
it's
we are not
good.
shouting enough.
We are not shouting enough. And it's good now we are collaborating with key stakeholders. Like here in Tanzania, we have OSHA, who are doing a very good job. Workers' Compensation Fund, the WCF. And we have the association, TAHOSA.
Yes.
Where occupational health and safety practitioners meet and they can share knowledge, they can share.
And the Ministry of Health also have a desk for that, especially for healthcare workers.
Yeah.
They have a unit responsible for protecting healthcare workers. So even healthcare workers, if there's anything that they think need an intervention, there is a unit under the Ministry of Health where they can submit their suggestions, their complaints, and they will be acted upon.
Yeah. And again, today we have posters, and some of the posters are based from small-scale metal workers, the informal workers. This is just a representative group, which I think is a big population here in Tanzania. People who are working in informal sectors are more than people who are working in formal sectors.
Yeah.
So this is also something which we really need to look at in the future from now.
Unfortunately, those informal workers, they are inadequately reached by OSHA and the WCF. Yeah. So maybe these also OSHA and WCF needed to widen their scope to see on how they can reach out to informal sectors.
So I think the thing that we were talking about policy, because it starts from there.
Yeah.
If it's there in our acts, in our policies, then we can accommodate these people. So we need to start from policy and put our research now in a simple language in policy, so that the politicians and everyone who is responsible in the decision-making process can consider the informal workers.
Yeah.
So we have a long way to go, and we trust that we are going to do very good in the future.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
it
you
was
very much.
nice having you today.
Thank you.
Thank you so
I
much.
really enjoyed the day.
Thank you.
It
Me
was a
too.
tiring day, but our brains are full of knowledge.
We have won on this. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen, and thank you every one of us who has used the time today to feed the brain of the knowledge and the wisdom from stakeholders, I would say, from different places, different background, coming together here to MUHAS and share this kind of knowledge to the community. Take-home messages, let's take them all. Everyone should be an ambassador for something. I know we are going to make a brief of the report and some few things that has transpired. As I'm closing by, I'm calling upon a representative from OSHA, Simon, please, and one from WCF who is here in the room. WCF. These are our partners who have worked with us. William, please, can you check someone from WCF outside? I know they are busy. Yeah, you are here. Please, brother. Doctor, please, welcome. Just 30 seconds. And Tohasa, please do not go out. For 30 seconds, I would like you to just say a word. Yes.
Afternoon, everyone. I really appreciate being here, and surely the symposium has provided us the food for thought. And the message that I've taken today, that I will share with the Chief Inspector of OSHA, is the call for cooperation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Israel. Good afternoon again. On behalf of the Workers' Compensation Fund, we appreciate being here with this forum, because as one noted that if we don't control occupational disease and the accident, the Workers' Compensation Fund will be overwhelmed. This is the platform where we have to discuss and find solutions. And to me, I think what I throw back to all of us is that we have to see how we are going to make best occupational safety and healthy practice the priority in practice, practically, not just by word. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. My name is Caroline Baraza. I'm the president of TOHASA. And on behalf of TOHASA, we are so honored to be here. And we have learned a lot. This is a wake-up call. And I've been asking so many questions, and I took a lot of notes. I think all of us, we did. So let's go. And we have seen here, we still have a lot of research that we need to do. So let's all of us collaborate, work together to making sure that our workplaces are safer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we are close to the end, and I would like to thank everyone from all the organizations that are represented here. We appreciate very much your time you have spent with us today. And this is just the beginning of many other events that are going to happen here at MUHAS or in other different places. Sauti? 10 seconds. My partner wants 10 seconds. Please. He's my partner in organization, because you read there is this 14 and this.
So I'm here with many hats as well. So I represent Tanzania Organization of Occupational Medicine, which is an association of occupational medicine physicians. So on behalf of Tanzania Organization of Occupational Medicine, which we are officially invited, I would like to say thank you very much. And I see some members are here, and several members. So we'll just say thank you very much, and this was a very useful event.
Wow. Now, in occupational health and safety, we have a lot of profession actually. And just to mention, in Tanzania, we have TOHASA, we have the Association for Occupational Medicine, and we have the other for hygienists. Unfortunately, these guys are holding different positions, so they are working together with others. On behalf of the organizing committee, Professor Kess, yeah, you should be one of those guys that Professor Mamuya is one of those. We are honored to have you. She was our mentor in putting everything in order. In this university, if we want your things to go well, you should mention this professor. Please, just 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Dr. Israel, our chair for the organizing committee. I was indeed in the organizing committee, and I didn't do more than the others, as he's saying. We worked together as a team, and here you see the outcome of our work. We tried to work, but of course we are not perfect, we are human beings. So please, if there are any shortfalls, just excuse us. The next meeting will be better than this one. Thank you so much.
Actually, that was a closing remark. Nothing more, nothing less. God bless you. Thank you.
Introduction. Okay. Kwa majina naitwa Caroline Baraza. Kwa majina naitwa Caroline Baraza, ni rais wa chama cha wataalamu wa masuala ya afya na usalama mahali pa kazi. Na leo imekuwa siku ya furaha sana na kuwepo hapa pamoja na wadau wengine tukishirikiana kwa pamoja. Na kabla sijaendelea, labda nimkaribishe mwenzangu naye ajiintroduce and then we
Sawa, mimi naitwa Gloria Ivera, ni mwenyekiti wa Women Chapter ya TOHASA, ambayo TOHASA ni Tanzania Occupational Health and Safety Association. Ni association ambayo inawaleta pamoja wadau wote wa mambo ya afya na usalama mahali pa kazi. Leo tumekaribishwa kwenye symposium hii na MUHAS. Tumepata nafasi ya kukolaborate na watu wadau mbalimbali kutoka nchi za Ethiopia pamoja na Norway, pamoja na MUHAS na Wizara ya Afya pamoja na wadau wengine. It has been a very good experience kwa sababu tumeweza kushare na kuwasikiliza wenzetu ni vitu gani ambavyo wanafanya ambavyo vina manufaa makubwa sana kwetu kama TOHASA.
Na pia kufuatana na research ambazo zimefanyika na taarifa ambazo tumepewa, kwa kweli naona imekuwa ni wake up call kwa mambo mengi ambayo bado hatuyafanyi sahihi au hatuyafanyi kwa vile ambavyo tumeona leo, na tusipoamka tukafanya, naona tuna gap kubwa ambayo tutatakiwa kuja kuikava baadaye.
Nafikiri collaborations kama hizi ni za muhimu sana kwetu sisi wadau, kwa sababu research zinafanyika, zina mambo mazuri ambayo yangeweza kutumika kuimprove mahali pa kazi, kwa maana ya jinsi gani ambavyo tunafanya mambo ya afya na usalama. Lakini sasa mara nyingi tunajikuta hatufahamu huko kwenye research ni kitu gani ambacho wamejua ambacho tungeweza kukitumia katika kuboresha mazingira ya kazi. Sisi kama TOHASA, hii knowledge ambayo tumepata leo ni muhimu sana, kwa sababu tutakaporudi kule tunapofanya vikao vyetu na kuzungumza na wanachama wetu, tunaweza kuwasaidia kuelewa ni vitu gani ambavyo vimefanyika. Kwa mfano leo nimepata kitu very interesting. Mimi ni mdau wa mafuta na gesi, na nimegundua kwamba kuna research imefanyika kwenye vituo vya mafuta ambayo inazungumzia madhara ambayo wanayapata wahudumu katika vituo vya mafuta. Kwa hiyo kazi nitakuwa kwenda kufanya ni kufuatilia, na wakati wa kufanya trainings zile ni kutafuta namna ya jinsi gani ya kuelimisha wafanyakazi wa vituo vya mafuta waweze kujikinga na madhara yanayotokana na kazi hizo.
Lakini pia labda kuongezea hapo, naona ni wakati sasa sisi kama TOHASA kushirikiana na institutions mbalimbali katika ufanyaji wa research, ili pia tuweze members wetu waweze kuparticipate fully kwenye different research, ili tuweze kupata pia matokeo mbalimbali.
Nafikiri na kingine pia policy makers. Nafikiri policy makers wana sehemu muhimu sana. Kwa mfano, sheria za nchi yetu zikiwa strict zitawafanya hata wawekezaji na watu ambao wanaendesha maeneo ya kazi kufanya kazi yetu sisi wasimamia usalama na afya, kufanya kazi kwa urahisi, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku itakuwa inafuatilia ni vitu gani ambavyo ni lazima wafanye na ni vitu gani ambavyo kama kwa kutumia engineering methods ku control madhara ya kazi.
Na pia nimefurahia sana katika symposium hii ya leo. Tumekuwepo na wadau mbalimbali kama OSHA, tumekuwepo na wadau kutoka WCF na wadau wengine ambayo Wizara ya Afya as well, yes. Na tumekuwa tukidiscuss mambo mengi. Kuna ile research moja ya mtu kutoka USA of which imetupa maono makubwa kuona kwenye broader picture sehemu gani hasa ambayo tuna lag behind.
Na mwisho wa siku nafikiri symposium hii pia imeturudisha kutukumbusha kuhusu kuwa na decent workplaces. Kazi zenye staha ni haki mojawapo ya binadamu. Kwa hiyo tumekumbushwa pia ni jinsi gani ambavyo tunaweza kuhakikisha kwamba watu wote wanakuwa wanaweza kufanya kazi zenye staha.
Okay, so mimi nafurahia sana uwepo wetu hapa leo kama TOHASA, na tumefurahi pia interact na wanafunzi wengi, na kuelekea kwenye more events kama ambavyo tumealikwa pale wakati wanafunga, kwamba kutakuwa na symposium nyingi kama hizi. Sisi TOHASA tunaendelea kusema kwamba tutashiriki kwa zaidi, na mimi napenda niwashukuru sana. Karibu Gloria.
Asante, na mimi pia napenda nishukuru sana kwa kushirikishwa katika symposium hii. Nafikiri tumejifunza mambo mengi, lakini pia tumenetwork sana. Naomba nitoe wito kwa members wengine wa TOHASA waliopo na wapya ambao wameahidi kujiunga kuhudhuria kwenye makongamano kama haya, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku hakuna mwisho wa kujifunza. Tunaendelea kujifunza kila siku na tunaendelea kuboresha kila siku. Mwisho kabisa niwakaribishe katika TOHASA. Website yetu ukiandika tu TOHASA Tanzania utatupata. Karibuni sana.
Asanteni sana.
This kind of very impressed with this kind.
Yeah?
Oh.
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
ready.
is it okay like this? Can I talk? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I have to restart.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're from
Yeah.
Ethiopia.
Yes.
And you're here.
Yes.
So what did you find? How did you find the symposium?
Thank you. You know, I myself and my colleagues, we have learned a lot of things from this symposium. We are very impressed with the number of people who participated in this meeting and a lot of interesting
as well.
topics. Yeah, very interesting topics. And as I said, we don't have this kind of things in our country. So we have learned how to prepare such huge, kind of symposium. A lot of people came from Ministry of Health, from Labor and from OSHA, and from university staff, and it's very interesting, to have this.
And also, among these people, we have also people who work as safety officers in private companies.
Yeah, so that's also very interesting. So it's a big lesson for us, and we are inspired now. So I'm just thinking maybe this year or next year we need to have something like this. I mean, so I would say this is inspirational for us, and a lot of things happen for us. And as you know, the problems are more or less similar. You have
if the presentation from Helmaiko and Birago, it was almost
It's
the same.
almost the same.
Yeah.
In
The
all
factors are
aspects.
the same.
In all aspects.
The injuries are similar.
Yeah.
So I think we have similar
Even the presentation by Professor Michael Sullivan, we didn't have the exposure assessment instrument, but we did as a health evaluation. One of our students, she did on the benzene pure petroleum station worker. She measured the lung function and the respiratory symptom and compared it with the control group, and she found a very significant lung function reduction among petroleum workers compared to controls. So it shows the problem. How this you did the exposure, we did the health. So I was thinking even so.
So maybe next you're planning to do the health effects, and for you have to do the exposure and see what it's there. Maybe it could be different from ours because your country is colder, so the contaminants will linger a little bit in the air than how it happens here. It's hot and it evaporates in a few times. So maybe we also measure the time that the exposure happens, and we can.
A lot of common things, like if your study in my study, you stayed in coffee factory,
Yes,
I stayed in
did.
coffee factory. So
Yeah,
we almost
we did something in coffee.
So you see, we have the same challenge, and so we need to work together to improve, and we need to
of course.
collaborate.
The most important thing is to improve the health of the worker. So in collaboration between the two countries, we are all from South, we experience almost the same thing. Poverty is the
It's
same,
very important.
and the economies are the same, so I think it will be...
It's very important, and if we have, some logistic, we could even invite you, to do that like that. So,
But if you have something like this, we can also attend via
Yeah,
YouTube as we are doing. As
that's
we
what
did
we
here.
want
So you
actually. We
can-
want to do some international symposium, because this is inspirational for us.
Thank you very much for
Thank
the
you.
experience from your country. And
Yeah.
we keep on working together.
Thank you so
for
much.
more improvement of the
Yeah.
workers' health.
Yeah.
Thank you.